Welcome to this day of reflection on grief and healing retreat. My name is Linda Galanos, and this is Peggy Labar. I'm one of the facilitators. She's one of my facilitators, and Lisa Luer is also another facilitator. We just want to commend you for making the effort to get here. It's really hard on a Saturday, giving up a full day, and y'all are here, and just in the midst of your busy lives, you're grieving and everything like that. So we are all most likely here because we have suffered a loss or maybe many losses. And we will hope to give you some tools to take with you into the future. It's not going to be a easy fix. Grieving is hard, as we all know, because we're going through it. But we're all united by the one common thread, no matter how long it's been or how soon it's been, is that we have lost someone we loved. Our hopes and dreams for you today are that you will begin to feel some peace and comfort, knowing that you're not alone, and that you can become to a place of acceptance where your sorrow may begin to turn to joy. So hope everyone's got the book that we're using for this process called the New Day Journal, a journey from grief to healing. And if you look on page 3, these are the 4 tasks of mourning. It doesn't have a page number, but it's page 3, believe me. It's the 4 tasks of mourning, and 1 is to accept the reality of the loss. 2 is to experience the pain of grief. 3 is to adjust to an environment in which the deceased is missing. And 4 is to emotionally relocate the deceased and move on with life. These tasks may take several years to pass through. I mean, it's like I said, it's not an easy fix. We're the first two will probably take a good, I don't know. I mean, some people go through grief all their lives. It's not something you ever get over, but it does get easier, believe me. And doing these should help that process. So what we're going to do is we're going to pray throughout this retreat, pray for each other, pray for our loved ones, and we have opportunities to write. There's questions in this book that we're going to write and hopefully share on. So getting to sharing, I just wanted to go over a few group guidelines for sharing. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a little longer.
Okay. So first of all, you're not required to share. If you don't want to and it's too hard, don't share. Also, listen respectfully and not judgmentally to others.
Sorry we're late.
Sorry.
I just walked out because I heard that lawnmower.
You're not late, we just did an introduction. Okay. My name's Lisa, and you'll just give your first name. Okay. I'm now, we're gonna set up another, y'all wanna be together, we can put 2 chairs at that end.
Sure, and anywhere is fine.
Because you're all together, so we'll
Yes,
just put
that's
2 chairs over there. We're trying to 6 feet apart, but since we're all together, we'll just do that.
And if you need to get up and get some coffee or water or snacks, or whatever's over there, feel free to do that as you need to. I think we will have breaks.
I have one.
Right.
Yeah. Hi, good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. Carla Hector. Yeah, even if y'all wanna get it to the end.
Am I loud enough for you?
We were thinking ahead.
Some page 7, I get, just went over the task this morning.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad
I
y'all
think
could
there's
make
one
it.
in that little kitchen area behind the.
So I was just going over we're talking about like what's going to be the process. We're going to be praying for each other, giving some reflections, and there are questions to answer and sharing. So I was just getting on to like what the group guidelines for sharing are. First of all, is that you're not required to share. If it's too hard, you don't have to. Also, listen respectfully and non-judgmentally to others. And most importantly, whatever is said in this room stays in this room. We ask that you maintain confidentiality at all times. If you become emotional, believe me, we understand. Tears are expected at times, and don't feel ashamed or embarrassed, because you are among friends. We will take breaks periodically, but if you need the restroom or just to get up and stretch at any time, feel free to do so. And we hope to break for lunch around 1. Hopefully everybody brought lunches. Also, you see that we are fairly socially distanced, so if it is uncomfortable for you to wear a mask, then you can feel free to put it down. I guess just if you're walking around or feel uncomfortable. If you have a cold or a fever, then wear your mask.
You shouldn't be here if you have a cold or
Yeah.
fever.
I know. There's allergies everywhere.
Amen, amen.
Okay. So we're going to start with a prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Gracious God, comforter of those who mourn, we thank you and praise you for all the goodness in our lives. Send your Holy Spirit to be with us as we seek your healing, as we share our own painful stories, and as we make new friends in this group. Thank you for the promise of everlasting life through the suffering, death, and resurrection of your own beloved Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Redeemer, now and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Now, I know y'all all brought pictures in of your loved ones, so we're just going to take this opportunity first to go around the room and introduce yourself, introduce your loved one that you're grieving. Maybe just tell us something about them in maybe one or two sentences. So I'll get up and start, and then our table will get up and introduce ourselves. I'm Linda Galanos. My husband Jimmy passed away August 24th, 2007, so we're going on 14 years. So somebody made this picture for me, and he had a real dedication to the Blessed Virgin. So I'm gonna, and then when you do your introduction, you can come and put it up here on the table.
I'm Peggy LeVar. I attended my first grief ministry with Linda several years ago when my sister died, but my mother passed away 5 years ago now. And my brother passed away 42 years ago last Saturday. So, and my dad, so 3 of us are left out of the 5 kids.
I'm Lisa Loera. This March 17th will be 13 years that we lost our 19-year-old son, Alex, in an accident. He's with his brother. They were always together. But Alex is going to be 13 years on St. Patrick's Day. I pray all the time for Mom, Dad, and Alex. My parents lived a good long life. Mom was 87, Dad was 81. Mama died 3 years after we lost Alex in 2011. So I'm constantly praying for them.
My name is Douglas Stewart. I grew up in Conroe. I live in Houston. My parents, my father passed away last year at age 91. My mother passed away in 2018, November 18th, with leukemia. They both were very, very much fixtures, my mother especially, fixtures of this church and this parish, and it's very nice to be here and honoring them and listening to your stories.
Hello, my name's Carol. I lost my husband last year, January 16th, and Mozambique, Maputo, Mozambique. We were on an overseas assignment, and it's been a wild ride, especially with everything that's happened. So.
My name is Buzz Meyer. I was blessed with a wonderful wife by the name of Mary Lou. I don't have a picture of her with me because they just didn't do her justice. We were privileged to be married for 59 years, 2 months, and 7 days. And on the day she passed away, I got a great-grandson. I have not grieved. I can't feel like I can grieve because it was just too little life. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't rejoice for the life that I had with her. The last time I was in this hall, there were 2 big bottles of Jameson because she was Irish, and she said, I want everyone to have a drink on me. So that's the kind of life I had from the time I met her when she was 14. So I don't know whether I should be here for a grieving session because I can't grieve. It was heaven. Thank you.
Thank you. Good memories. Hi, I'm Bonnie. Let me take this off. Bonnie Bacon. So happy to be here with everyone and share everyone's feelings. I didn't think to bring in frames. This is my husband. He passed away 7 years ago. Thank you. And my son passed away 6 months after my husband did. My daughter died of kidney failure 10 years ago. She was 42. So it's been a rough one, but we have I have grandkids, we have other feelings, and we'll all get through this. We have each other. Thank you.
My name is Cindy Cooper. It's a picture of my husband Brian and myself on a vacation. I lost my husband to cancer this past November after 4 months. He was diagnosed at the end of June, and he died on All Saints Day. So it was unexpected and pretty quick, and changed a lot of what we'd expected, I guess. But we did have a very good life. We were married a little over 36 years. He had retired, and we're planning. 2020 was a year where we planned to go on these really nice vacations, and of course, that got canceled and everything else happened. So a lot of things happened that were not what we had planned.
I don't have any frames either. My name is Mary Bowers. My husband and I were married in January 1961, and he passed away in July of 2001, which has been 20 years this year. This is a picture of me and my 4 children back in my youngest son got here. I have a business, and he worked with me just about every day till he died. But me and my husband did traveling, and we had a very happy life. So I have no regrets about him. I grieved him, but he left me with a thriving business, and we kept it going for many years, and it's still going today. My oldest daughter is taking care of that now. So I have a picture of my two sons, my two daughters, and this is a picture of my husband and myself and our 4 children before the Christmas before he died.
Y'all probably can't see these, but most of you probably don't need to see them because Becky worked here for 35 years. And she died on January the 16th. The doctors at MD Anderson told us in December that she had survived cancer. She had no cancer. She was in remission. Yet she died of a brain bleed. So one thing I did learn through all of this is that there is a God, and that God has the final word. After a couple of days, I made up my mind that I have to live the rest of my life every day in her honor. This is Becky.
Yep. Very well.
She's a wonderful woman.
I'm Joyce Converse, and I lost my oldest son 2 years ago in February. And he was 50 years old, but he had developed diabetes when he was 5, so he had to deal with that most of his life. And it was things from that happens when you have to deal with diabetes. He lived a very good life, but for me, I don't know that I've really grieved that much either. And I seem like I wait. I know he's gone, but I think there are days when I think he's going to call. And that's not the case. So, I have a younger son that is 46, so I'm glad for that.
My name is Sharon Brown, and I lost my brother January the 20th of this year. It was totally unexpected, and you know, even though Jerry was 80, he led a wonderful life. He had a family that loved him so much. And once he retired, he worked with his brother-in-law on his cattle ranch over by Cameron. And he loved those cows, you know. And, you know, just loved the outdoors and working with all of that. But it was totally unexpected. passed away. He was having some health issues. Long and short of it, he fell, hit his head severely, ended up with a brain bleed. And by the time I got the notice, he was already in hospice. On Monday, I was able to talk with him on the phone, although he couldn't respond. His daughter held the phone up to his ear on Wednesday, and he died that afternoon. But he was a great guy, a lot of fun. People really attracted to him, and I was honored to have him as a brother. But the thing about it, it's kind of scary for me because now I'm the last of the Brown family. But fortunately, yeah, you know, the love and support of some nieces and nephews and everything. But I appreciate this class very much today. Thank you.
My name is Edgar Infante. It's the first time I've ever been in some kind of retreat like this. My mom passed away 2 years ago. She passed away at 55 with myasthenia gravis. I do have some regrets every now and then because I didn't spend a lot of time with her. I lived here in Houston. She lived down south by McAllen, Texas. She spent 7 years fighting myasthenia gravis, trying to get stable, and in February of 2019, it took her life. I also lost my uncle Ruben and my uncle Rolando to COVID. Last year, I lost my uncle Rolando, and this year, while I was in heart surgery, I lost my uncle Ruben. And just this week, I lost one of my best friends as well. They all meant a lot to me. I didn't know my uncles very well, and I haven't grieved for them. When my mom passed away, I spent a lot of time working, not handling the grief, and just worked myself to the bone. And that's how I had coped with dealing with her death. She was a wonderful woman. She raised me to know what's right and wrong, and helped me to be strong and always have a good work ethic. That's about it today.
Hi, my name is Carla Infante. I'm his wife. My aunt died of pancreatic cancer 3 years ago. She got diagnosed, and unfortunately it was too late. It had already invaded her organs, her heart, her muscles, her brain. She died within a couple of months of her diagnosis. I've never really dealt with it. She was the light. She was the aunt who would light up a room. She was the one who looked for the person who looked sad, what's wrong, and try to counsel them. And she was a great influence to me. I mean, sometimes, maybe not so much, sometimes she gave me my first beer, my first tequila shot. But she always spoke to me highly, and she always encouraged me to be a good person, and whatever life was to throw at me, she told me to fight. She told me to never quit. Well, here we are. I'm also mourning the loss of my mother-in-law, who I didn't get to meet. Unfortunately, she died pretty quickly. Through her death and her family, we have learned so much about her. She was a very godly woman, and from what we have heard, she came back to Christ before her death. So we can rest in solace knowing that she's in the kingdom. We gotta work to get there too. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your stories. They're just heart-wrenching. So I hope today we'll begin on a road to recovery from our grief. Here, so what is grief? Grief is a process by which we adapt to any loss. The death of a loved one can be the most painful and difficult kind of grief. The process of grieving the death of a loved one takes different people different amounts of time. and no two people experience grief in exactly the same way. The manifestations of grief in people, there's different types of manifestations and symptoms that are involved. First, there's social symptoms, which are like you can have an inability to initiate and maintain organized patterns of activity. You can feel restless. You can feel a lack of concentration. Even the inability to sit still around others. You can also find yourself withdrawing from or avoiding any kind of social activities. Physiological and psychological, that's your body and your mind. So you can experience a loss of weight, or you can gain weight. Just comfort food, things like that help you feel better. You have insomnia, you can cry often, feel exhausted all the time, you feel empty, or conversely, a feeling of heaviness. You either feel emptiness or heavy in your chest. Other signs of psychological type feelings are like anxiety, where you feel like heart palpitations, or nervousness and tension, lack of energy, searching for something to do all the time, or you feel just sluggish, apathy. You don't want to do anything. Spiritual symptoms or manifestations are things like doubts or loss of faith, anger at God. Why didn't God stop this from happening? He's all powerful, so why can there be a miracle? Praying for miracles, or even that refusing to pray or go to church at all. But here's the important point about all these manifestations. They are natural, normal, not our fault, and experienced by many others. They will come and go, increase and decrease in intensity, and change often as we are going through the grieving process. Before we can begin the grieving process, however, we must accept the reality of the loss, which is the task that we are kind of talking about at this time. But the denial of a loved one's death can vary in degree, but the first reaction to the loss is a sense of unreality. This didn't happen. It's all a bad dream. I'll wake up soon. I'm just going to share a little bit on Jimmy's illness and death. My husband, he died when he was 53. He died of leukemia after a 7-month battle with it. He, stayed positive. He never gave up hope. You can't give up hope. That's all you have when you're going through watching someone die and watching them lose who they were. And but throughout the whole thing, I felt I didn't give up hope either, and I felt strong. You'd think, well, and it was hard watching him just shrink. I mean, he shrunk. He lost maybe 30 or 40 pounds in his first 2 months, and then he went on, and it was like a lot of days at MD Anderson, like 3 days a week, doctor visits, blood draws, blood transfusions. He had multiple blood transfusions, multiple chemotherapy infusions, and hoping to get to where he could have a stem cell, but he never got into remission. So so I felt people were praying for us. We had a lot of support. Jimmy was in the Knights. We had a lot of friends from the Knights. We were in Marriage Encounter. All those people kind of gathered in around us. We had 3 children. At the time, my youngest was 12. Then I had a 19-year-old and a 23-year-old, plus a granddaughter who was born 3 months before Jimmy passed away. So all 5 living in my house, well, all those 4, and then my daughter's boyfriend living in the house with us all at once. So I probably did not get to grieve in the beginning because I was surrounded by people. I mean, I had a lot of, I was responsible for everybody, keeping my house running and everything. So as far as, the growth in our grief journey, how it can cause us to grow, even though you feel like you're not going anywhere, is that I did get stronger. I felt like I was stronger in my faith because I knew that God was in charge and that that's the only way that I could get through all this. Yeah, I was numb. You know, in the beginning, you're so numb and you're in shock. Even though you have 7 months, you're just like, when the end comes, it's like you do not think that this could be really happening. You know, but I went on and I raised my children. My children are now 25, 33, and 37. I have 5 grandchildren, and I, you know, had to do it alone. I miss them all the time because, you know, your children get married, you have grandchildren, you feel like your husband should be there with you, and you know, but he's not. So you know, I talk to him a lot. You know, I go to the cemetery, I visit him. I've missed him a lot this last year. I wanted to talk to him about what's going on in the world, and you know, help me get through this pandemic, keep me safe. And you know, I've had issues with my children. I always talk to him and tell him to shake them and make them behave themselves because, you know, they listen to him. So me, they don't listen to. But I, you know, I do feel that I have grown, and you know, so I'm here to tell you that it's been almost 14 years, and your pain is so raw now. I feel the rawness of your pain right now. But one day, you know, like I said, I miss him all the time, but one day you will get to a point where you can accept it and remember all the good things about it. So.
Well, I've had 4 deaths in my immediate family. My brother was 30 years old when I was 25, and he died in a car wreck in Houston. So that was a large shock, unexpected. 13 years later, my dad dropped dead of something, blood clot or something, I don't know. Another shock. 10 years ago, my sister committed suicide. She was a nurse. She helped people. But she had just had surgery the day before, and she must have been in horrible pain. Another shock. 5 years ago, my mom died. She had gotten through cancer at 87. She was 92 years old. She could walk circles around me any day of the week. Her brain was sharper than mine, still. But then they found she had leukemia. That's not right. Lymphoma. And so the chemo killed her at 92. All the first 3 were sudden and unexpected. We knew Mom, but they're all painful still, but each a little bit different. So my grief has been a little different for each of them, but still hard, always.
I'll stand up, that way my voice can project. What was grief for me? A big ball of emotions, all at one time. Anger, depression, anxiety, fatigue, just loneliness. It was just a big ball of emotion. My husband and I were thrown on a journey and didn't have the tools, didn't know how to get through this until we went to a grief support. We got that dreaded phone call at night, which every parent prays they never get, and then we were on our journey. It was shocking. We lost our 19-year-old son, and we were just thrown on this path, and it was surreal for us. for me, it was very surreal. It took me about 9 months for my head and my heart to catch up. Alex was gone. My heart was waiting for him to come back from college where I could wash his clothes after the semester was over. So it was very surreal. Loneliness, even though I could have 30 people around me, people just hovering over me, friends and family, I had this sense of loneliness because they really didn't know what I was going through, what I was feeling. They were just there to take care of me. So there's a difference of loneliness, and then I had to make myself be alone to where I could deal with my grief, to where I could just go and cry. And to me, crying was like a release valve to let all the tension out, just to be able to take the next step. And that is what grief was for us, just being able to take the next step. Along with that, you know, like Buzz said, you know, celebration of life, yes, we did that. Also, we were very lucky, you know, to be able to celebrate my parents' life, Alex's, but you have the secondary losses with grief too. And Linda will go over the secondary losses and what those are. You know, never seen Alex get married, never seen grandchildren. Those are secondary losses. So all of that in a nutshell is what grief was for us. It's a long journey, and I'm talking years, but you get to a point where it's not so intense. You'll still cry, but not so frequently and all the time. There'll be longer periods. The waves aren't just like, you know, one that's just crashing and knocking you down. They're more gentle through the years. So that's what we're praying for you. You'll get through this journey. You'll be in a better place, but it's hard work, and you have to keep taking that next step. Even when you don't want to move, give yourself a break, have yourself some time to cry, do whatever it takes. Be gentle with yourself and just take that next step, you know.
Okay, we're gonna go, skip back to page 11 and just take some time, and if you wanna just answer these questions. We'll give you about 10 minutes or so, just take time and answer those questions, and we'll talk about them if you want to in a little bit.
Y'all all know where the bathrooms are. I'm sure y'all been here, but the women are on that side, the men to, straight forward is the women, and to the right, the men.
I already did it.
know some of you are still writing, and you can continue writing, but I would just want to open it up if anybody wants to share. You know, maybe just pick one question. You don't have to share on all of them, or just a general sharing. So, anybody wants to? Douglas?
You know, listening to everyone's speaking, I feel like a word that I would associate with everyone's feelings is tragedy. I feel a little bit differently for my own loss, because my parents lived until 87 and 91. So I am the only one. I was their only one. And it's tough, but it wasn't tragic. It was the normal course of things for us in their lives. You know, my mother meant everything. She was the world. I was very close to her. In 2011, at 79, she developed lymphoma, and I took time off at work, and I was committed to making sure. I think that what you mentioned earlier about God having the last word, and I was silly, foolishly thinking that I could make a difference, but somehow she survived in 2011, and then 7 years later, leukemia came back, and God had the final word. But by that time, she was 87, and it was almost the point where, you know, it's never, not that there's ever the right age to leave or to go, but it was easier, and I prepared for it, even though it was a difficult death. And my father's situation was quite similar. I mean, he had dementia for 3 years, and then he passed away last year. In that sense, it was a blessing. So, again, everything that you have listened to today it is very tragic from what I'm hearing. And I wish, and I don't know if that's why I'm not able to feel like I'm grieving, because I don't have that same sense of tragedy in my life because of how they lived, how long they lived. That's what I'd say.
Makes a lot of sense.
I can add to that. My parents lived a long life. Dad was 81 and Mom was 87. And the relationship that I had with them was much different. So Mom would always tell me how tired she was. She had congestive heart failure, and she would just get worn out, you know. I was very blessed to move her into our home and take care of her when she was in hospice. So I knew she was just holding on for that last Thanksgiving, last Christmas, to be with her children. And so it was a celebration of life, you know, because of their age and the good life that they had. So I had it both ways. I had, you know, where I slowly lost my parents, that saw them, you know, get sick and cared for them, versus, you know, their tragic death. So in the relationship of who I lost, it was very different. So I feel, you know, at peace with, you know, my parents living a good long life.
Hi. It's been our ups and downs for sure, but what hurt me the most was when I found my son. I went over, called him, and he didn't answer. He was living by himself with heart failure, and he wouldn't go anywhere, but he wanted to be at home with his dog. His wife had left him when he had started having heart problems. She didn't want to be with him anymore. And I think that's what took him down more. And I finally was able to get it over to his house and get to his house, and he was there. My son-in-law met me there, and he was gone, in his wheelchair, gone. But I know this is a hard one, but she couldn't put up with this. But I hope that God can make her open her eyes up to see what really happened. And they did not have any kids together. So he did not have that, but he was in the process of adopting 3 for himself. he was gonna take care of him until his heart got worse. So he didn't get to have a lot of, he was 45, so he didn't get to have a lot of his fulfillments in life. And my daughter, she was with the kidney failure, dialysis 4.5 years. She was ready to go. She knew it was coming. And my husband just, Valentine's night, was going in to get his banana cream pie I'd made him. And next thing I heard a loud noise and he was on the floor. Silent heart attack. So luckily he had some good thoughts before he passed away. But the weirdest thing was, after he passed away, like a week later, I would see shadows flying in the house. Has anyone ever had that?
I've had that.
Did
I
you?
remember, well, the night after my husband died, I felt like I heard, things flying over my bed, and I,
Yeah.
woke up and I felt like I was holding my hands. I felt like it was him holding my hands, and I thought it sounds really, really weird, but I thought, I really felt like he was still in the room with me. And even still sometimes I feel like I see shadows. I'll look and who's that? But
Because mine died in the bedroom too. Yeah, I went in there, he was on the floor in the bedroom. And you do, I was like, all the time. So a few years later, I sold the house and moved because I was seeing too much and remembering too much. We raised our kids in that house. So that's why I moved up here. And I love it up here. Good neighbors. Lots of good people at Sacred Heart too. I think you're a Catholic daughter, aren't you?
yes,
Where did you move from? Where did you move from?
Houston.
Oh, Houston.
I was born and raised in Houston. Yeah, so then my two sisters live up here. They go to St. Joseph in New Waverly.
Good old parish.
But
Good old parish.
yes, it is. It's a beautiful church. But I wanted to be here.
I had an Irish wife, and she had a very giving person. But I decided I'm going to try to carry on some of her traditions, because we'd always have the kids over for dinner once or twice a week. I'm going to cook dinner. So I decided I'd do one of her favorites, which was a pot roast. And I can hear her in my mind saying, don't forget to put so many bouillons in, and at least a can or two of beer. Well, that's how she tenderized the meat. Put that beer in there and put the bouillon in there and put everything in with it. The potatoes, the onions, the carrots. And I still expect her to come walking around the corner saying something to me, because I cook.
You didn't do it right.
Well, it turned out fantastic. My kids raved about it, so I have them over at least twice a week. I'm great at meatloaf. My son says, I'm going to catch a hell of a man someday. But our life was filled with so much humor. And again, being Irish, she was always thinking. She had that green shirt on that says, when Irish eyes are smiling, they're up to something. That was my life with her.
Yeah, I understand. My daddy was from County Cork, Ireland.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're all Irish too.
That was,
good sense of
her
humor.
family was County Mayo, God help us.
Cindy.
So, before Brian died, his mother, my father, and then his father had passed away. And we took care of his dad. His dad had lived in Houston, but he had a fall in his house. And then we brought him to our house for a while, and then that, he wasn't getting better, but he eventually got somewhat better, but he had a lot of health problems. So he moved up to an assisted living in this area, and we took care of him. And Brian was the executor of his dad's estate, and so his dad was up here for a couple of years, and we kind of saw the slow decline, I guess, from how he had been until in the end, I think his dad was, I mean, we could see how he had changed, and Brian had been taking care of him. So when his other brothers and sisters, I think it was more of a shock to them when their dad passed. For Brian, it was like, you know, it had been coming for some time. Brian was only 61 when he died. He was very healthy. He had never been sick, hardly ever had any kind of sickness or illness in all of his life. I guess he broke an arm one time when he was trying to put up some Christmas decoration, but that was the only serious thing that he had ever had until this time. And so we were starting, you know, COVID came along, and, you know, we were self-isolating. Brian was playing golf like every day, all the time, and then in the beginning of June, he started feeling kind of bad. He started having a little bit of problem breathing and coughing. He thought perhaps he had COVID. You know, he went and got tested. It wasn't that. But he really couldn't see the doctor because everybody's, you know, under all the COVID stuff. So he did a bunch of phone consults. But, you know, and the lung problem went away, but he started having other pains, and he was just losing energy. He just had no energy. So finally, after about a month of that, he went in to see his doctor in person. He said, I need to see you in person. This is not getting better. You know, they give him a couple rounds of antibiotics and stuff like that. So the doctor saw him, did blood draws, and did tests. And like the day after, he said, you know, I got some test results. You need to come in and talk to me. And so whenever the doctor says that, you know that's not good news. So we went in, and the doctor said that the blood results had shown a lot of issues with Brian's liver. His liver enzymes were really bad, and he was starting to get a little bit jaundiced. And so then the doctor sent in to do scans and other stuff, and we came back, and there were multiple masses in his liver at that time. So his mother had died of pancreatic cancer. Brian was afraid of it. What he ended up having was bile duct cancer, which is very similar. I guess they can't even tell that when he had a biopsy, the biopsy can't even necessarily tell them apart. But they make a judgment based on where things start and where they are. So, you know, so he was sick in June. He was diagnosed in early August. We went to MD Anderson, tried to do, you know, what you were saying about all the appointments, the blood draws, tried chemo and all this kind of stuff. He started getting, after we got there, he got really jaundiced. He started just, you know, totally yellow. We rushed him down to MD Anderson, or they told us to go downtown, and he needed a stent because the bile ducts in his liver had gotten plugged up. So they put in the stents, and then it seemed, you know, that was in August. Things seemed to be getting better, but every time something would get better, something would be worse. He started developing a lot of fluid, so he just like, he looked like a skeleton from the head up, but then he had this big belly because the fluid was gathering because of the cancer. But he lost like all his muscle and bone and strength. We were doing the chemo. We were on like the last chemo treatment. In the middle of that, I fell and dislocated and broke my shoulder in the middle of all that stuff. My sons came and helped us out. And then fortunately David, my older son, was able to continue taking my husband to his appointments. He was at what was going to be his final chemo appointment. When they ran some blood tests again, he was starting to get jaundiced again, and they sent him down to MD Anderson that day. I was at home. I wasn't even there. I was like getting the house clean with my broken arm. So he went into the hospital, that was now October, in mid-October. And when in the middle of COVID, you can't be there. You can't go to the hospital, you can't see them. All you can do is talk to people on the phone. And Brian was having more and more difficulty even speaking on the phone. And so my greatest fear at that time was that he would just die alone in the hospital with nobody there. So they tried doing other stuff. They tried doing more stents, trying to help, you know, the liver function. They did about 2 more things, and it just wasn't working. They said that his liver was, I think, very technical term, one of the doctors said it was like full of sludge, you know, and just the cancer just kind of taken over. So finally, it seemed like after all these phone calls back and forth, we finally said, you know, please, can you just send him home? We want him to be at home. So we got home hospice. And before he went to the hospital that last time, he was, you know, was weak, but he could get up, he could go to the bathroom by himself, he could do stuff. When he came back from the hospital, he couldn't do any of that. He could sit in a wheelchair or sit in his recliner, but he couldn't stand by himself. He couldn't take care of any of his bodily functions. He could eat barely, but mostly he didn't want to eat. He survived on Boost and instant breakfast and stuff like that he could drink. So we did the home hospice thing, and that was really good. It was good to have the home hospice, but I didn't realize, I guess, at the time. I mean, the home hospice people, they come and they check on you, and they send someone to help you bathe the person, but they aren't there, you know, 24/7. It's not home nursing. And so my two sons were not there. We could not have done that. So they had to lift him. They had this, they called it a dance. When they had to lift him to get up, you know, and go to the, you know, porta pot, or lift him to go to the wheelchair, they would, 1, 2, 3, okay, Dad, let's dance, and then shuffle him and sit him down and bring him into the hospital bed. And so we did that. It worked out pretty well, at least as well as could be. And when he was in home hospice, his younger sister was able to come visit him. We were able to have Zoom meetings with his brother was able to come visit. We were able to have a Zoom meeting with his sister who was in Australia. My mom came to stay and help out. And right before he died, I don't know if any of you go to the 7:30 morning mass. My husband and I would sing in the church choir there. He has a big, strong bass voice. But he was not raised Catholic. He was a Methodist, but and we used to joke that he was a very faithful, a practicing non-Catholic. And before he died, he decided that he wanted to join the Catholic faith. So we had Father Mark came and gave him the sacraments and his first communion. It was like in the last week. And so he did become a Catholic, and I think he was at that point, I think he was kind of ready to go. So shortly after that, I think he woke up one morning after maybe, was pretty much there. And in that last week, he started kind of having hallucinations or whatever. It'd be like waking sleep. His eyes would be open, but he'd be talking like he was in a dream to people that weren't there for, you know, strange conversations. And then one of those days, I think he woke up and said, you know, I think he got us together, me and my two sons, and said, I think I'm ready to go. Is that okay with you? And we said, yeah. We woke up the next morning, and he was mad. He goes, God is, why am I still here? And then I think that day or after, this was like on Halloween, we had Father Philip come and give him the last rites. And my son, Brian said he wanted to sing with us. And so my sons and I, Brian, we sang Amazing Grace and How Great Thou Art with Brian. And before then he had gotten so that he could hardly talk, but during those songs he sang with us, and he sang really well. It was really nice. And so that was Halloween. And then that night, he had been, the night before, and kind of slept in the easy chair. He said, no, we don't want to do it. Let's bring you back into the hospital bed, which was in our bedroom. So we got in the hospital bed, and that night was kind of wake and sleep. He would wake and sleep. He was like trying to solve he was an engineer, some weird engineering problem that, you know, was not real. Like, oh, we need to move over that, or we need to get these plans, or whatever. That morning, which was November 1st, All Saints Day, it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, and you know, I was in there sleeping in the easy chair next to his bed. He said, I need to get up. I need to get the boys. I said, Brian, it's not, it's early. It's too early. He said, no, I need to get up. So for him to sit up, he needed some help. And I'm sitting here with my one arm in the sling, so I was trying to help him sit up in the bed when he just collapsed. And that's, took a couple breaths and then he died. And so he was kind of lying across the bed, and I waited till I was sure that he was gone. I called my sons and to get him to, kind of put him back in place. But he did die at home. He died after seeing all of his family, after he, I think was right with God, a lot more right with God than I am.
He wasn't suffering anymore.
And he wasn't suffering. I mean, I think most of the time he said he didn't have a lot of pain. He had a lot of discomfort because of all this extra fluid and stuff. But he wasn't suffering. And frankly, I had got to the point where I after those last 2 nights or something, days, I wasn't sure how much more that I could take of that. It had gotten to be just too much. And so I think it was time. And I kind of felt like, well, I guess Brian had done all of the stuff that he was supposed to do in his life. I mean, he had a good life. We'd had a good life together. We'd raised our 2 sons. We'd been able to retire, go on some nice trips. He'd been able to play golf a lot, which he liked to do. And so maybe it was his time. It was his time to go. But it was just not, it was like he was saying he wouldn't have expected to die at a younger age than either his father or his mother, by, over 10 years. So, and the one thing he did say during his illness was that he understood how his dad felt. When we were taking care of his dad, he'd always say, "Oh, Dad, do this. Why don't you do that?" And his father would say, "Oh, I'm just tired. I'm just too tired." And Brian, I think, during that period of time, was saying, I know how Dad felt now. I wish I had understood that better, when he was here. So, right, my main feeling is, my 2 sons have continued to stay at our house. They're working remotely during COVID, so in a sense, I guess COVID was somewhat a blessing for us, because our son who lives in Nevada probably would not have been able to be here otherwise. I mean, I have one in Houston and one that is a professor at a college in Nevada, but because of the pandemic, he's been teaching remotely. So it was a blessing that both of them were here. And I've been busy trying to do things, take care of the estate, get things set up and stuff like that. And the main feeling I have a lot of times is just kind of this emptiness, or this hole, like all these plans that we had and things that we were going to do. And we had made all these plans through 2020. And we hadn't really made plans for 2021 and on that, because we were going to do all these big trips this past year. And then it's just kind of like, what's next is kind of, now what is my biggest thing that I think of. And I've been really busy with all of the estate stuff, and I'm about to wrap that up, and then it's going to be that now what question, that's there. Now what do I do?
Beautiful.
You get involved.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and I am involved in stuff, and so that's good.
Yeah. Keeps you motivated.
Yeah. So I figured, well, God, I must still have some things that I'm supposed to do, so
Yeah.
I'll do those.
Anyone else want to share anything?
I'll probably share a little bit. My husband and I grew up in Pasadena, on the other side of Houston. And so we had, our first 2 children were born in 1961 and 63. So over there, he worked really hard, but he was always looking for something else to do. Well, when they were going into, my oldest son was in high school, and my youngest daughter was in junior high, I got pregnant for my second group of children, 1975 and 78. So they were like two different families, but and the little ones were, well, they were just loved by everybody, because my oldest son was a football player, and he was the coaches were just really excited when he was born, because he was going to grow up to be another another football player, and then when I got pregnant for the little, for my last child, oh, they all thought it was gonna be another boy. No, another boy couldn't, no, it was a girl, so nobody cared about that anymore. But then, my husband kept looking in the paper for something else to do. So he found some, business over here in Conroe, and we came and looked at it. So we moved to Conroe when, my oldest son had already graduated and my oldest daughter was a senior. So when we moved here, she stayed with my mother and graduated, and we spent, went over there and had her graduation. But then my youngest children were growing up here in Conroe, and so, and my husband and I were working at our business a lot, and about 1995, I guess, yeah. Well, when my youngest son was graduating from high school, he got an appointment to the Air Force Academy, which we were all excited about that. But he only wanted to stay 1 year because he had friends here that he wanted to be with and everything. He was just kind of aggravated that we wouldn't let him quit. We said, you finish out this first year at least, and so he did that. But then he came home and he started school at A&M, and for several years he just kind of played. I mean, as smart as he was, he played. Well, when my husband, in 1995 or 96, he decided that our business was going okay, that he was too young to retire, but he was gonna just quit. So we did some traveling, got to go places, enjoyed, had a good time, enjoying everything. And so the year that my husband died in 2001 was the year my youngest son graduated from college, 6 years after he finished high school. His little sister graduated before he did. So that's how much he enjoyed his college years. But anyway, he came and worked into the business and worked with me. So I got to spend a lot of. He also got married a few years later, and he had 4 children. And when he passed away, it was really a shock because it was a heart attack. And then I found out that my oldest son had cancer, and he lived, and that was in 2017, and my Buster died in 2019. So even though we had a wonderful life together, my husband joined the Catholic Church when we lived in Pasadena. He was non-Catholic, and he loved the Catholic Church. We did a trip to Europe, and that was, I mean, we had the best trip ever. We had just 2 of my cousins and 2 good friends. So and Father Ed from St. Mary's Parish, Plantersville, was on our trip. So he was kind of our tour guide because he's been there so many other times. But we really had an enjoyable trip, and that was probably the highlight of the year before my husband died, was going on that trip. The boys really helped me from then on, both my girls. And I have 10 grandchildren, and now my oldest son had 2 daughters. And so I have 2 great-grandchildren now. So I'm like all excited about them. But that's just kind of a scenario that really, it makes you happy about how there's ups and downs with everything that goes on. There's a lot of ups and downs, but it was a good journey.
Life goes on.
May I make
Yeah.
a quick comment to
Thank God
Mary
for
real
family.
quick, because there's something I just realized. About 15 minutes ago, I realized who you were, and I just want to say that your family were amazing people, and your son actually played a role in the day my mom we had our memorial service here. There was a snafu at the church. We didn't have the facility here, which I kind of thought my mother had something to do with it, because in contrast to his wife, my mother did not want a celebration at all. She was very private. She did not want to wake and anything. We show up here, it's closed. What are we going to do? We're going to go to Country Catfish. We went over there. Your son made sure we had 30 places for our family and friends and cleared everything out and took care of that day that could have been so bad and we didn't have anywhere to go. And I just want to let you know that it was and your family were very special people.
Yeah.
And I thought you should know that.
Yes.
Well, thank you all for sharing. I want everybody to be able to have a chance, but just to kind of move along. There'll be plenty of opportunities. We've got, you look in there, there's questions.
We ain't gonna make it
We
through the
probably
book.
won't be able to get through all the questions because we want to get you all out by 4:30 or 5. But anyway, I just wanted just to point out there are, in each section of after each section, there is a journaling page, if you notice. Big, 2 long pages. And so you look on page 14. So we're not going to do journaling today because that's kind of something for you to do on your own. It takes some time. But it's a good way to discover and articulate what you're going through in your grieving process. You know, you can do it daily. Just jot down what your thoughts, feelings, and anxieties are. It can be a form of prayer. You know, you can talk to God and you can hear Him or see what He's saying to you by what you're writing. Just, you know, you can just let your pen move. And so this is a vital tool in moving yourself to a place where you can begin to heal. I wish I'd done more of it throughout, you know, Jimmy's. I would start up with a book, you know, with a little book, and then I'm terrible at writing, so I just would not do it. So, but there's a section at the end of each one of these, so if you want to do that at home, you also can buy yourself a little spiral notebook and just do that from the comfort of your own home. So, and we're gonna
To that, I'm terrible at writing, you know, and when you're journaling, don't worry about spelling or punctuation or any of that. I found it more useful just getting on my laptop and just typing, you know, what I felt, and then I could just delete it, you know. I could type faster than I could write, but the whole thought is just to get that out, you know, get it on paper somehow. And it is a great tool.
You're such a techie.
Huh?
I said you're such a techie.
You're such a tech person.
I could type a lot faster
I
than
think
could
faster than I
write.
can type, that's why I write, so I write down what I'm thinking.
I write notes all the time to remember what I need to.
So we're gonna just take a little 5-minute break. If you wanna get up and stretch, go to the bathroom. There's some snacks over there on that table, waters, coffee. So just take a quick break and we'll start up again about 11:30.
Huh?
I said you're over there creating.
I know. I just have to do something.
You know,
I have to do something.
I fell away from that.
When I get up, it's my therapy, yeah.
I love it. I used to do
Used
a
to
lot.
serve with your mother
I did work
at
out
the.
We have the Art Conroe League right here up the street.
Your parents lived in my.
I did so much of it. My paintings are all over my center.
Stand up. Yeah.
All over my family.
Look at Becky, that's the day we got married. Yeah. Yeah,
Dr. Water.
You want a C or a D?
and I had hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had hair.
She didn't want to stay down, I was gonna hire him, but that didn't get done today.
That COVID,
It's great to see that.
Becky went in the
Every once in a
hospital
while
on
I'm sitting at
December
home and I'm writing.
29th, and they wouldn't let me go in.
With all the lawyers and everything, I always,
On January.
well, I believe in journaling, but I'm
They've
just
been,
like.
they've been running tests on
I can't
Washington.
Me too.
I'm only 28.
Well,
Everything
and
he did was
you're
negative.
truly lucky too, I
Couldn't
saw.
figure out
The meals that she
I was
would
one of those, my
make.
mother.
Never did find out.
I
But
learned
she
so
went
much
into
about her
Oklahoma
just in that hour, and I
My
go,
third
here
grade,
she's
my
been
dad
my
said,
neighbor for
"Stop
all
it
these
from
years.
January
She
6th.
was there all the time at 5:30
Yeah, oh.
mass.
Everybody was.
Well, I tried to, my daughter was the same way, and I got her right-handed, but then she has a daughter, and she didn't, so I just about broke down about her right-handed scissors. She was trying to cut them right-handed, and it just was so hard for her. So I said, she goes, well, I'll work on them, Mom. I said, but if you don't do it in the
Yeah.
first 6 months of that child picking up a spoon, whatever, you ain't gonna
I
get
used to
it
tell
done.
everybody Leonardo da Vinci was
I didn't realize
Many
that,
great people.
yeah, they had stopped doing the funeral meal ministry.
So what? He was creative.
So
This was creative. You gotta create this all a little different. When we start realizing that maybe we
I love the, I love the, funeral service, I think they were coordinating with church, all the stuff, which is actually okay. We really did not want a big deal of that, so we just, exactly how it turned out was the way she probably would have wanted, which is just a couple different tables.
And the one thing is, I've been an expat, I've traveled around to
Always do not make any celebration.
MD Anderson would not let me go in.
They just live out of the country 1 year. That, you know, they
Fixed out.
don't realize that, you know,
Yeah.
you have to go, you know, when I went to church and other places.
Hospice, she went to a hospital.
That was a gift.
Germany.
We got to visit.
That was you, right?
She was in
Just figured out something.
we got to stay with her.
Of course, you can mention the names, like,
I kind of recognized
I
it.
couldn't read it from here, and then I started looking at it, and I said, it looks like that.
When she had her
And I
stem
think
cell
Even
transplant, she was in MD Anderson for 6 weeks. But they let me in with
And the last week was fantastic.
Yeah.
stay with
The
her.
last thing my wife and I did together, we cruised on just on
And
the
I- That was,
August.
that's one of the things I wanted to do, said yes.
Put it on your bucket list.
Yeah, one of my bucket
That
lists.
is, I mean,
One thing I haven't seen is David. I want to see Angela, it was funny before, well, it was funny.
Your grief is
Through
different.
college, I painted him on my door and I changed him for the seasons and, you know,
Right.
being an Iowa farm girl, you know. So we were in London twice, lived in London twice and,
How long ago again?
It's gonna be,
one of the
13
museums
years.
there has a plastic cast of it. And I was like, blown away at this plastic cast. What am I gonna do when I see the real thing?
I can only imagine, I haven't, I didn't see that. but
That's on my bucket list.
I remember our district, I remember seeing all these wonderful slides, this is back in the fifties.
Yeah.
He said,
got
there's,
ready.
it's locked inside.
Yes, 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 yes.
It's hard to, I'm like,
Yeah, I saw it up close.
it's hard to imagine. It's hard to even.
I mean, so, you know, so I still have good things to do. Yeah. Hey, let me go potty and get more coffee. I have to go potty.
Go first.
At MD Anderson, the priest came by.
I was with my mother was in the house here, she passed away years ago.
Found out that
Yeah, I got
Philip told me that somebody that knew Becky was in charge of Senator Priest. So she had a number all the time.
I wasn't either, even though I quit my job at MD Anderson to take care of my mom, move her to our home. But she lived with my brother for a couple of years after Dad died. And my older sister took her mom up. And then I said, it's my turn. That's a medical background. And I could take care of her. And even though I took care of her every day, we had our coffee together, I wasn't in the room when she took her last breath. I was actually washing dishes. And there's eight of us kids. And all of them was here. And I think Mama was thinking, I can go now. My other brother was taking a shower upstairs. I was washing dishes.
Life was normal.
Yeah, and my two sisters were in the bedroom with her, so she was never alone, and everybody was doing their own thing, and it was like, I'm ready to go. mama's not breathing. So I stopped.
Got a note from Karen Turner. I think she did this. Looking at there, whatever they did.
But it was like, everything okay? My children are okay. They're
Yeah, I'm very, and I nodded off. Her breath was slow.
Brain damage.
And I was even counting the time between.
House down there, and they said,
Oh,
I nodded off.
no, she has the department.
Needs was
Oh,
two,
that's where it
she
was.
needs 24-hour care, 2 nurses.
You gotta get by that though.
You can only watch the chest so much.
She had to eat, do not.
She wasn't cognitive, she wasn't communicating.
King-size bed, and all three of us sisters are
But he-
in that bed
Yeah.
right here because mom's
They did
bed,
tests
hospital bed,
to see if
they're all
If I
like,
have to, I'll just get up and stretch.
You just stand up.
to,
That works.
I wanted to mention your way of expressing thoughts is very expansive. You need to write things about it, because you express it so well and so completely, so sensitive, that you really need to contribute to yourself. You need to do that. I'm very impressed by your.
I find it made,
like I said,
made
it
some of that
took
forward to them not suffering. Whether it's a shock to what. I go to church like this, I don't see why you can't go to church like that, but I'm a religious
we
person.
never, they directed us to
For
preach
5 days, back into my sandals.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah.
We learned a lot.
You do it well. Well, he expresses it extremely well. Right at the end.
I
I don't delete it.
I did, I'd written.
He wants them a little bigger anyway.
That's why we sing
You want him a little bigger.
Resurrection Choir.
Good job.
James, Amazing Grace, we need those good prayers.
Oh, I had a heck of a breakfast before I came here. I have breakfast on Wednesdays and Saturdays with old guys. There isn't anybody at the table except for my son who's under 80. It's at the taco shop up on the North Loop. Because they have one right across from church. Well, they have another one up on the North Loop. And these old guys meet their own, some of them every morning.
We're gonna get
Well, once in a while, they bring their own
started.
wives with them.
He wants the biofreeze? I have biofreeze.
I have her, I inherited her. Leah, but I sent her dog.
Because I did a lot of yard work
Less
yesterday, and I'm
cost to
pretty
Leah.
just a weekend too. Me too.
Yes, I don't think I would. Very much.
Oh, who cares? I don't really smoke
I was gonna
expired
say, I
days.
remember seeing it, so brown, the black is.
Oh, gosh, yes. I'm still using some of, I shouldn't tell you that, I'm still using some of my mom's canned goods that were made to be so 10 years old. It's still good. It's not, that's right. Lose a little color maybe.
When they ate Mastodon, or mammoth, 15,000 years ago, because it was frozen.
And we'll go ahead and get started, well, the other two people get back, but, we're gonna, we're still talking about accepting the reality of the loss, but we're gonna work at moving on with our lives somewhat, but.
Would you take your mask off?
Oh, sorry. I did
Whatever,
have it
the
on.
air conditioning's just enough that I'm just drowning out the stuff
Okay.
in me.
So we're all saddened by our losses and will continue to grieve until we make the journey to work through that grief. The journey will be long and difficult with its own unique obstacles, but the payoff will be huge. We will be on our way to being healed. Grief over the death of a loved one is like the deepest wound you will ever have. It talks in this book about the analogy of a cut finger, but of course, the pain you feel in your heart is so much harder. It may manifest itself in anger, bargaining with God, disbelief, depression, and many other emotions. These feelings may occur repeatedly without any warning or order, but the thing to remember is that they are all normal. They're nature's way or God's way of healing a broken heart. We need to accept our feelings of sorrow and helplessness and anger and betrayal as part of what it means to be human. One of the biggest helps for doing this is to learn to acknowledge our feelings to ourselves and to express them to others, which y'all all do beautifully. That's part of being able to move on, is being able to express what you're feeling and have someone that you can talk to about it. Lisa and I lost her son and my husband a year apart, and we actually
6 months apart.
yeah, Alex and my daughter Alyssa were good friends. They were in high school together, so we knew each other as the parent of our kids' friends. So until that, and I actually met Lisa at her son's funeral. We were standing in the back with my little granddaughter, and she picked up my granddaughter and just was holding her. And so we've just become very close throughout this process of grieving together. I mean, hers is a son, mine's a husband. It's, you know, it's very different losses, but, you know, we've helped each other often. But hard though it is, you must experience fully and lean into your pain, if you will. And oh, how that hurts. That hurts so badly. But we need to do it, lean into that pain. No one has to tell you how the loss of a loved one changes our world. We know because we've experienced it. In the beginning of our grief journey, we are kind of living in a transition period. But during this time, we need to examine what has been lost. We mourners all have new worlds to explore, new feelings to feel, new relationships to grow into. Many things have changed in our lives, but many things remain the same. No, we will never completely get over our feelings of sadness and loss, and that's all right. But the process of grieving will result in a new us, and that's all right too. But like I said, it won't come easily, it won't come quickly, but it will come. So some of this, well, you know, a lot of times us make crazy. This is because the emotions you're feeling are so raw, so uncontrolled, so painful, so new that we feel there must be something wrong with us. But just looking at on page 21, there's many different feelings that we feel: sadness, anger, guilt, anxiety, loneliness, fatigue, shock, yearning, numbness. So, I mean, some of the really big feelings that I felt after Jimmy died was loneliness. Even though I was in a house with, how many did I say? Five people, kids that I was raising, and almost adult children that I was trying to help them, you know, fly the nest. But it's not just merely the physical absence of him that makes me feel lonely, but just that is so permanent. You know, he's never going to be back. I can't run things off of him anymore. And, you know, we were real involved in a lot of things, like our marriage encounter, other friends, and he was the one that drew people in. I mean, I'm always been the more shy one, and, you know, I always felt like, you know, Jimmy's the one that people were friends with us because of him. And, you know, now I'm like, I don't know, I don't have people, but, you know, but I do, but, you know. And then yearning for him yearning is another one that I felt, you know, just because you just, you know, even though you can't bring him back to you, you just yearn for that companionship, that emotional attachment that you had. And then the other one that I really experienced a lot of was just the feeling of it being surreal. Because even though I was there, right there, you know, he died at home, you know, thankfully it was many years ago, it was not during COVID, but he was only home in hospice for 5 days. And we had a room full of people, and we were praying the Divine Mercy Chaplet around him, even though I didn't know at the time what a big thing Divine Mercy was, that if you prayed at the moment of that someone dies, but, I mean, God told me, get all the people that are in the house together, and we're gonna sing Divine Mercy, and we have a CD that I played, and so we were all singing that, so I watched him take his last breath, and it was just, even though I knew it was coming, it was like shock, surreal, and then you go into numbness, so, like the whole first year after he died, I don't know what happened, I don't know how it felt like I was floating through the year, and, you know, so those are the ones that I've kind of highlighted, but there's a lot of feelings that I went through, but, you want to share anything, Lisa?
I'll let Peg go first.
Does
I'm looking
anybody
at
else
the
have
question.
any of these?
I'd like to chime in on Jimmy. He was a special guy. In the Knights of Columbus, he led the first degree team. And one of the things, when I was Grand Knight, he was leading the first degree team. One of the things that Jimmy did was he hugged men. We called him Huggy Bear. And because of it, I learned to hug other men. And we had some stiff old codgers in the Knights that, I mean, they stood like a ramrod when you put your arms around them. But after 3 or 4 months, and after church, they'd stand in line to get a hug. That came from Jimmy.
And he was a little guy, 5'6", so he's hugging these big 6-foot-tall men, and he's like, he's
He
hugging
put his
them
arms around them, he'd
around the
envelop
middle.
them. He just literally enveloped them, not only with his physical body, but spiritually.
That's a good memory.
Yeah.
It's a terrific memory.
I miss those hugs.
Edgar?
I had quite a bit of guilt because I didn't get to see her for months before she passed away. Last time I saw her was on Thanksgiving. She actually gave me a husky because she knew I loved dogs that looked like wolves. And when I was a kid, I had a white wolf-looking dog. She said it was a white German Shepherd. And one day when I came from school, he was gone. Somebody had probably picked him up or something. And since then, I've always wanted a white-looking dog. She had found one and gave it to me for my birthday. She had asked me if I was going to come for New Year's or Christmas time. I told her I couldn't because I was working so much. And that last month, I did talk to her a little bit and told her about, I'm getting married, and she was extremely excited. And she told me, she said, "Don't be like your brother, keep me in the loop." And I told her I would. And she was so happy that I had found somebody that I can share with and that made me extremely happy. The biggest guilt was not being able to see her before she had passed. I also felt a lot of anxiety because I'm a fairly young guy when I lost her. I was 29 years old, and I felt like I didn't know much about life. So going through the different challenges that life hit me with, it was difficult. I'm actually the most educated one of my family, between my 2 brothers, so I felt like I had a responsibility to take care of them. When we cremated my mom, it was actually my brother's birthday. So, it was really hard for him, and it was hard for all of us. But we're kind of positioned, I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, felt responsible for my brothers. One lived in Colorado. He moved back down after she died, and my other brother lived in Austin. So, I try to make it a point to make sure we don't lose contact with each other, be there for each other. I did have a slight feeling of relief because she was in pain for 7 years, and she was just in severe pain. And I knew this day would come one day. Never thought it'd be that soon. We GoFundMe account to try to get some extra money because it was a complete different treatment not approved by her insurance. So it had to come out of our pocket. And it worked for the first few months, then it started going south. She started getting like pain. And she actually didn't share a lot of this with me. I found out a lot of this through my aunt and uncle. And my aunt would always tell me, you know, be ready. I just didn't believe her because every time I saw her, she always was so happy, so relieved that she got to see her family. You know, we only saw each other during the holidays. I worked so much after she died that I never dealt with her grief. I just tried to be the strong one that handled all the estates and everything that she had. And then I just put myself to work. A few months during work, I finally broke, couldn't keep anything in. I ended up going on disability leave for a little bit so I could breathe and handle my pain. I didn't do it, more took like a mini vacation, but I did grieve a little bit. Every now and then I do grieve, but it's been difficult for me because I don't have a good handle on my emotions. I never have. I've always been that kind of person that locks everything in and just shoves it down, don't want to deal with it. And you know, I'm learning to be a little more open. So I recently underwent heart surgery and had some complications with that. About 4 weeks ago, I was released, or 3 weeks ago, I was released from the hospital. My wife went through a very tough time because I was open for about a week and a half because they couldn't close me up. And you know, once I came to, first few days, I felt like somebody must have had a hallucination that somebody was trying to kill me because I got them fired or something. I don't know what happened. I was scared to fall asleep. And the only thing that kept me going was her telling me that I'm here to protect. I've always been the person that protects people. And I finally found God that way and Jesus by going through that. Because I was if I hadn't rested after my first 48 hours, I didn't sleep for almost 2 days, and they said if I don't sleep in 48 hours, my body was going to give out. And I slept after that. You know, I hit about 47 hours for 3 hours, and my body started to recover. Buried inside because I've just been a person that holds it home.
I have a hard time holding it in.
I do now.
My mother was kicking me. We cried when we were happy, we cried when we were sad, we cried pretty much all the time. So you never know how I'm feeling because I'm always crying.
Can I add to what Edgar said? Grief is like that. There's all kinds of emotions, but some of these emotions can be negative, you know. So if you suppress them, it's like a glass of water. You know, you can only pour so much into you and contain it. At some point, it's going to overflow. And sometimes it will overflow in negative manifestations, you know, anger, insomnia, you know, illness, stuff. So you have to get it out, you know. I said there's a difference between loneliness and being alone. You're going to have to make some time to be alone with your grief, be it 15 minutes, 30 minutes, but just process that grief. You know, you just have to, I have to just go in the shower just to cry and scream, just be alone, but just be able to process that grief. You know, journaling, like Linda said, is very good. Just going into nature, that's where I found a lot of my healing was just working in my flower beds, being in nature with God, just feeling the sun on me just to relax my body and just contemplate. Do something for yourself. Be gentle with overflow, and it can be in some negative ways that will manifest as.
I'd like to add, so during the time that I went on disability, I took that time to go to the spot where I cremated my mom. And I believe I went with a friend to stay in. And one of the things that I had felt when I was there, I saw sea turtles, I saw dolphins, I saw birds, all different kinds of birds, living their life freely. I took that as a sign my mom taught us. Oh, live your life, be happy, enjoy it. It was very comforting. One of the things when we first cremated her, it was in the middle of the night, it was very dark, and it was me, my two brothers, and one of my cousins. And as we're walking away after we drove her ashes into the ocean, that was her wish to wish when she wanted to be found in the ocean, to be free. And as we're walking away after we poured her ashes into the ocean, on the other side we saw, so this is a complete dark area, but we saw the waves crashing and the blue lights coming through each wave crashing. It was a sign of, we took that as a sign of my mom saying, I'm in peace. For live your life.
Sure. Nice vision. Nice.
Anybody else have any symptoms or experiencing?
I have, that's kind of a question. I work through grief in different ways, and one of the things that I do is just I have my to-do list, and I'm busy, I check things off, and I feel like I'm handling it okay, I guess. I feel like my younger son is handling it okay. I'm worried, concerned about my older son. He is the type of person that holds things in. That he's a big man. And he told me once that he's afraid of being emotional or being angry or something because he might hurt somebody. Because if he lets himself go, he could do something. And so he is made it a habit of holding his emotions inside. And I want to help him, work through things because I know that he has a lot of feelings of grief. And he has, a couple of times. But it's something that I want to figure out how to help him.
Sounds like what my police was saying. She had to go be alone by herself and let things out. So if he's worried about being around other people.
Yeah, maybe he does. It's just that now, with all the COVID stuff, he can't go out and do much. He's been feeling very much like he needs to stay in and stuff. Hopefully, things will loosen up a bit.
I think my children, they were all different ages, so they lost. Of course, my youngest is 12, and she felt that she prayed so hard. She prayed and prayed that her daddy would get better, and that he didn't. So she was angry at God for a while. She's a main one. I took her to counseling because the hospice center offered free counseling for a year. And my older two they didn't really want to go. They handled things on their own, but they still struggle, And I think, you think as a spouse, you're the one that everyone is concerned with, but sometimes people forget that the children also are grieving, and so I don't know, you might encourage that.
Yeah, if I could, figure out how to get him to do some of that, because like I said, he's very private, and so he's reluctant to do those things. One of the things he expressed to me that in his grief he was feeling mostly regret that he hadn't done things, that he hadn't done things that he thought he would have. He said, I thought I'd have more time to do things before his dad passed. That he's single, he's a college professor, he hasn't, had, I think that he thought, oh, I'd be married and maybe have kids or something, and, but that hasn't happened, and that's not going to happen with his father. So those are some of the things that he feels, like, oh, I wish I'd done some stuff before, or I had a failure in him, but, and I don't know, you have, many things going for you, you're doing fine, you have the rest of your life to live, but how do you get somebody to, work through those emotions?
For me, it was like she said, over
dad died. He quit his job, stayed home with me. He lived up in Dallas. And he stayed there with me, and then 6 months later, his brother passed. So we had to handle all of that because he was, of course, single. He took off, my son took off to Ecuador. He said, I've got to get away. I've got to get away. So he went to Quito, Ecuador, and he climbed the highest volcano they had there. Halfway up, he got altitude sickness. He had to stay in the cabin overnight. But he was so determined. The next morning, he got up and he climbed up to the very top. And he sat there and talked to them. He said he sat there for a couple hours and talked to his dad and his brother. And then he started coming down towards sliding down. Luckily, he got down to the bottom safely. So that is my craziest son. He lives to live.
Cindy, can I suggest, I've learned that sometimes it's easier to talk to someone else other than a family member.
Yeah.
So if your son can maybe do a group support to where, everybody is,
Yeah.
in that, and he can go ahead and express his regrets. And those are the secondary losses he's describing, won't be able to see me, married and my grandchildren, his grandchildren, grandchildren. But I truly feel this in my heart. See it from heaven. When I said I pray to those 3 people, Alex, Mom, and Dad, I pray to them to help me in life with all the struggles that we still have here. So they're a big part of me in life, and they just see it from heaven. It's just a different way that he's going to have to, realize this new normal of life.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't.
And
Yeah.
I know you want to help him because you're
you
the
want-
mother and you see him suffering. I mean, Patrick, my youngest, was 17, and like Linda said, her children were young too. Her youngest was 12. This was his only brother, Patrick's only brother. He was 17, and we had just a year before just had some detrimental news about Patrick. He has an autoimmune disease. He was diagnosed at 17 with ulcerative colitis, which is like Crohn's. So, and then he loses his brother, a year, within a year. And so, he too got to a point where he bottled it up like Edgar. He felt he had to take care of me, Dad, all his aunts and cousins. He was trying to hold up the whole family at 17. And I remember he came to me when he was 20, and he said, now it's time for me to take care of myself. He went to counseling. He had to go to a counselor, a grief counselor, to try to help him with everything he dealt with. And he bottled it up, and it was coming out in negative ways. So,
I did see a therapist as well.
just see
Yeah,
if
so
he
possibly,
can talk to somebody.
possibly he will. I mean, one of the things that he's done lately, which I'm happy for, he has a friend that's in California, and they play some games, online, that late into the night they'll be playing some Dungeons and Dragons game or whatever, but at least he's talking to somebody. I mean, it may not be, they're fighting dragons, it may not be,
So he's,
may not be real thing, but it's some, an interaction with another person that's not the family, which I think actually is important to get out and talk to people that are not, not your family. You love your family, but you also have all these things that, go on with family members, with brothers and parents and everything like that. There's all that stuff there. It's good to have somebody else that you can go out and do stuff with.
One of the things that jumps out at me here is anger and resentment. And it's not against God, it's not against life, it's against the government. And this whole pandemic I know that COVID is extremely contagious. It's not a death sentence. But what did it prevent many of us from doing this last year is getting together. Had it not been for hospice, my wife would have died with just me staying in the room with her 24/7. So I am very much against our government. I love my country. I am just not sure of my government. I have never seen our country in such disarray and has caused so much harm to so many people while we talk about it and do nothing. That's what I'm dealing with. The loss of my wife, I miss her. God, I miss her. Regrets? None. I don't have any. Grieving about her death? I don't have that. She's still around me. I feel her. I get up in the morning sometimes, I wake up, the last thought I had in a dream was her. And I'll say, hey, good morning, I got another one. What are you gonna help me do today? And I told many people, maybe even some in this room, maybe to Linda, that I said, I've told many people, the closest thing that I have ever realized in life in terms of my relationship with God is my relationship with my wife. She was the closest thing to God that I will ever meet, a physical presence of God. I can't experience God in any other way but through my interaction with other people, because that's where he's at. And he was in her. He was in her. So that's why, again, the grief aspect of it, it isn't there. Any of the things on this page except for the anger and the resentment for not being able to spend time with her. In some instances, being refused to spend time with her. Had I not taken her out on hospice, I would have been the only one with her. Otherwise, all the family, everybody got to come in and be with her, and neighbors, let's take your mask off. She wants to see who's here to visit her. She's not gonna die of COVID. It's funny, you know, that.
It is.
Yeah, it's funny because there's no flu, there's no pneumonia, COVID's captured everything. It's captured the imagination of us all and put us in a fear state. And only God can pull you out of the fear. And I still think about, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anybody who's still wearing a mask, but to wear a mask in church, in front of God, where is our belief in God? Where is it? We're there to adore him and community-wise, a joyous sound to the Lord. And we're afraid for ourselves. We're afraid maybe for others. It's a virus. You can't keep a virus out with a mask. It's a fact, an absolute fact. You can wear 10 masks. Unless you're wearing a diver's helmet, you aren't going to keep anything out.
I agree with you.
Don't keep God out.
But there has been a lot of death from it, though. I know you said.
Oh,
earlier.
yes, sure, absolutely.
Baker's lost 2 uncles from it just recently.
Well, sure, but you have other complicated conditions.
Yeah.
You know, you have other things that are interfering with that. Last year, I'm sorry, but in 2019, we had almost 70,000 people die from the flu.
Yeah.
What happened? So let's believe in God and believe in each other, look after each other, love each other, put everything else aside, because nothing else matters. Him and us together.
Thanks, Les. Let's just take a few minutes and we can answer these questions. I don't, yeah, 20. Well, it starts, there's one down to the bottom of 19. Yeah. Okay, some people have already. Just take about 10 minutes. move on. We're not gonna share on these right now. We're gonna, y'all been excellent at sharing, by the way. I mean, y'all, you know, thank you all for opening up, and that's really a big part of this whole process, is just being able to say what you're feeling and everything. But we're gonna delve into task 2, which is experiencing the pain of grief.
Can I say something about these? Some of these questions are about your feelings toward family and friends about your grief. Family and friends want to help you during your grief, but they don't know what to say or how to approach you. They don't really, they want to help, but they don't know how to help, because you have to let them know what you need. It's very important that you let them know how they can help, what you need, and how you truly are feeling. You know, most of us are such in the habit of saying, you know, I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm doing well, but you may not be feeling that right there, and they want to be there for you, but let them know how they can help, okay? Let them know what you need. You know, if you just, you're tired to cook or something, and, you know, or don't want to go grocery shopping, let them know. They want to help. That's a blessing to them. Andrew?
What I'm feeling is that I don't really know what I need. Becky was my life. Becky was everything. And I know that she's in heaven, and I know she's okay. So I feel like I've got to learn to live all over again. And I'm having a hard time with that.
And that's exactly right. We know our loved ones are okay because they're in heaven, but we have to deal with life. And sometimes it's just hard.
I don't think I'm feeling hardly anything. You know, the loneliness and the disbelief and all of that. I just feel like I'm glad I'm here. Glad I'm here.
Glad you're here too. Yeah, this COVID has made it worse where you can't
You can't hug, like Buzz said. This pandemic has made it hard because we can't get the hugs that we need or want to share. You know, sometimes all you need is just somebody to just be there holding your hand and letting you just talk, or letting you just cry. You know, the numbness that you're feeling right now, you know, you're still numb. Like Linda said, it's raw. Sometimes it's surreal. You can't believe, you know, how are they living? I don't even know how to live. And everybody else around me is just going on with their life. I don't even know what my life is about, what I'm supposed to do now. You know, that's why I said, take the next step. And that next step would just be getting out of bed and get you a cup of coffee, and that's all they do you have. Or just getting in the shower and brushing your teeth and, okay, now what do I do? So just lean into it. Like Linda said, it's very painful. But then sometimes it's okay to lean back. Because those waves just knock you down and you need to regroup. So just let your family and friends know what it is you need. And even if you say, I don't know what it is, maybe they can offer something. Let me bring you a meal. Or let me go, you know, pick you up something. They want to help. And it is a blessing to be able to help somebody in grief. And then the last one, birthdays, weddings, anniversary, that special anniversary of the death. The anniversary is hard. I was sharing with Douglas, my son died on St. Patrick's Day. I used to like St. Patrick. We like being Irish for that day. I'm just getting to the point where I can be able to see the greens and the shamrock and stuff. special days that come up. The plan could be as easily as I'm gonna just be in bed and throw the covers over my head and just hope this day passes as quickly as possible. Or the next one, it could be a plan of, I'm gonna celebrate their life. You know, we're gonna write on balloons how we feel. We're gonna just let them all go up. That's what we used to do. Every anniversary for Alex is, if it was there, she'd write up, we would write, I love you, I miss you, wishing you were here, watching them go up. So, kind of think of what, prepare yourself for these days. And I'll tell you this, it's the anticipation of that day that seems to be the harder part than the actual day. And especially if you have a plan in place. It could be easy, make their favorite food, you know, and invite somebody over to share that meal.
Or even cabbage.
Or make that pot roast. Don't forget those 2 beers in there.
I had the corned beef and cabbage day before yesterday because I won't be for St. Patrick's Day, so I had to family order for that.
So anyway, that's all I wanted to say about these questions.
Sorry, Linda. That's fine. So we're gonna go into task two to experience the pain of grief, and of course, the pain is just, it's palpable, you know. I mean, even for Buzz, who says he's not feeling grief, he's grieving. I can tell because I can look at, I mean, he's always got a smile, but, you know, but we all feel it in some way. You miss her.
Absolutely.
Yes, so.
Absolutely. Every day in every way.
You grieve her presence in your life, but grief hurts. There's no way around this fact. We cry out for the deceased. We want to repossess them. We protest their permanent absence from our lives, and reality soon enough makes us aware that we need to move on. Our inability to face our pain often makes this impossible, however. Separation of any kind causes us pain, but the separation of the permanent separation is what is so intense. We have to begin to identify and deal with these feelings. And feelings are neither good or bad, whether it's rage, anger, depression. They're positive or nor negative. Neither one are good or bad. They're just merely there. Feelings just are. And we have to accept them as a normal part of the grieving process. Not everyone experiences the same kind of grief or feels the pain in the same way, but we must all work through it one way or another. The only thing is, if you start feeling that you're getting depressed, like to where you feel like you might want to end this life because you want to go join them, or, you know, anytime you feel that your depression is really, that you can't pull out of it, that's, you know, at that time you might want to seek some professional help, counseling or you know, one-on-one counseling or anything like that.
I just turned George straight on and listened to him.
The dance,
Relaxes
is it
me.
the dance? Is that his song, the dance?
The dance is one of his songs. He's got a bunch.
Yeah. So, guilt, this section, guilt and anger, there's always some feelings of guilt after the death of a loved one. Could we have done something to make sure the person took care of his or her health, gotten them to the doctor sooner, or the hospital sooner? Or, you know, as Edgar felt that he, you know, didn't spend enough time with them. You know, my kids felt at times that they didn't spend enough time with their dad. You know, if it's a sudden or accidental death, you know, we feel like if only I had whatever, you know, talked to them sooner or told them not to go out, or, you know, but the ultimate guilt may come from suicide, you know, just because you think that maybe if you had been there more for them or seen some signs, that, and these feelings of guilt are all normal, but we all need to meet them head on. If there's something that you do feel guilt about, you need to forgive yourself, seek the forgiveness of others, even our loved one who has died. If you know, feel that you want to ask their forgiveness, we might need to even face our guilt on a spiritual level and ask God for forgiveness. You know, a lot of the guilt comes from just the sense that we are human beings and we're not perfect. We can't control the action of others or what happens to them. We can only love them and love ourselves. Anger is another strong but normal reaction to the pain of grief. Depending on your personality and the circumstances of the death, you may experience anger in varying degrees. You may be angry at the doctors, the nurses for not saving them. Or you might be angry at the, if it was an accident, angry at the one who caused it, or at our loved ones for maybe not taking care. Or we may be angry with God, like what kind of God would allow something like this to happen? Why would he let it happen to me? Why would he let it happen to my loved one? So you have to express this anger. You can do it in many ways. I went to one grief support group that they wanted us to bring a pillow to one of our sessions, and they wanted you to scream into the pillow. If you don't want like your neighbors to hear you scream, then scream in your pillow, because you know people may come to your door if they hear you scream. So scream in the pillow. Crying, hard exercise, beating on something, just something inanimate, writing, talking to someone. No matter what form of expression is used, however, you need to get it out and not keep it stuffed in. Also, some emotions surface after someone dies. You can have emotional numbing, dread, fear, anxiety. But for those of us who are grieving, there's now irreversible losses which no amount of faith can reverse in the world. The world as we knew it simply just no longer exists. We cannot return to a yesterday with our loved one in it, no matter how much we may try to deny that he or she has died. Many of our human emotions are intensified when we grieve. Emotions that I've already mentioned, such as numbness, dread, fear. In order for emotional and spiritual healing to occur, we must acknowledge or resign ourselves to the reality and finality of our loss and choose to move on to acceptance, which we'll discuss later on. Life will not be the same, but it will be our life from now on, and it will be different. But with a God of love and mercy beside us, it can be a life to the full. Do you have anything to add about any of that? We do have questions to answer. I mean, we can go ahead, let's go ahead and answer these questions. This one on page 27. And we can, you know, do some sharing after that one. Let them do their questions. go into like a little sharing on, these questions. One thing I just wanted to just bring up, you know, we're talking about the pain and the anger and all that we feel. Sometimes people, can tend to want to numb their pain with like alcohol and pills, and so that's always a good thing to just be aware of that in yourself and try not to let anything add on to the pain that you're already experiencing by getting into something like that. But just keep remembering that, you know, we go through this one day at a time, and, you know, the symptoms or the pain or the guilt that you're feeling now, it does ease up. So just one foot in front of the other, like Lisa said, take your time. Sometimes all you want to do is get out of bed and have a cup of coffee, or maybe just can't even do that. But so anyway.
Or a glass of wine before you go to sleep might help you sleep.
Just to relax.
Yeah. You're thinking about so many things.
Maybe not the bottle.
No, just a glass.
Yeah, my wife's grandmother used to take one of those little cheese jars, about 4 ounces, and she'd put cognac in it. She'd get that down after about 15 minutes and just,
Yeah.
grandma was out.
I don't do it that quick.
Has anyone had people like give you advice on what to do about your grief, like whether it be helpful or harmful, or like, you know?
People wanted me to move, and I'm just, you know, I was very blessed. We lived in, we had a house in Houston, we had a house up in the lake. And at the lake, you know, I went to the lake every weekend, packed up the 4 critters. We went every Friday, came back on Monday or Tuesday. And it's just such a magical place. The water is so healing. And a lot of reason I took him because my husband, the water settled him down and made him a nicer person. So of course you're going to take him to the place that makes him a nicer person. But so many people said, "Oh, why do you have all those memories? And you know, why would you want to be, you know, someplace where?" And I'm saying, well, but I picked this house, and we did this work together. It was always love, and that was probably what was angry that. Well, if they've never experienced it, it's a very spiritual place. I'm just so fortunate. It's unbelievable how fortunate I am.
The memory lingers on.
You know, I have nothing but good stuff there.
Yeah,
you know.
amen. Yeah.
But it's just the idea that, you know, if you move, then you won't have all the memories. And I guess if you have regret or, I don't have any regret, and I don't. All these thoughts are running in my head. No, it's just that was the only thing, is that people thought I should move.
Yeah. And that's one thing they tell you is after you've suffered such a loss, don't make any major decisions, at least to that
For
first
1
year.
year.
For
At
1
least.
year, don't move.
The only thing I got was a cat so far.
Yeah. Well, that's,
I already had 3, so.
well, what are the other
Can't get
things that you hope to do?
Amen.
I have one.
Mainly just
Mainly
don't move.
financial, big
But
financial
the
Yeah.
memories
decisions
are
and
what
stuff.
we have.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
take us
no,
with
it
us.
just-
They take us forward. You know,
But
we
it
take them
was
with us.
more than one friend that thought that I should
Well-
move, you know, and, you know, move. Some people said to have my daughter move in with me, and I'm like, no.
Did you get a bunch of cold calls and letters for people that want to buy your house?
Oh, God.
I'm
Oh,
like,
my God.
let me rip this up.
Constantly.
It's really annoying.
It is. It's just, it never ends. It never ends. And I even got one on the text this week about, oh, you're interested in this house, and did you want to sell it? I was like, yeah.
Oh, quit bugging me.
No, yes, and they're written like a child's writing on them, on some of the envelopes. So you'll open them up and, you know.
Well, I had to move because the guy across the street was mad because I wouldn't buy his drugs.
Oh, well,
And then he wanted to get food from me. Come over, you have any milk? You have any eggs? I'm hungry.
well, then maybe it's a better to leave.
And he knew my husband passed and I was getting a little nervous.
Yeah.
So that
Are
was
you gonna see
fine.
Andrew?
I was gonna repeat something I said earlier, is that when we put so much faith in God and we turn everything over to God, that we know Becky is in heaven, and I know that. She had a lady friend down in Houston that was in charge of sending the priest for the anointing, and I saw her anointed 3 times in 30 minutes by 3 different priests. Wow. The priests were just flowing, and I know she's happy. She's got two little twin babies that she's holding and surrounded by all her loved ones, and knowing that, it's easy to know that she's okay. And like I said, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I need to learn how to live again. I think, live more. I've got kids and grandkids, and I'm just excited to, and you don't want to say the wrong word. You don't want to say move on. I mean, it's just so crazy. You have so many thoughts that you just need to.
You need to keep going. You need to keep going.
Keep going and keep. See, this watch is hers, and she wanted me to have an Apple Watch. And I said, you know, I'm not an IT guy and nothing, but just a couple of days after she died, her watch was on the charger, and I said, I gotta wear that watch, in remembrance of Becky. And my daughter-in-law was there for another week, and she taught me how to use it, so I can even use it.
That's even better.
And I see her and think of her every day, all day. So, thank y'all.
Well, you know, we're hearing a lot here, and I think the 2 things that really have come out strongly is a shared faith. That really means a lot. No matter whether it's a wife, a son, a mother, or a dad, a shared faith. And then I think the second thing, thank God for that, is memory. Memory. So many positive memories about the loved one that we lost. And just sometimes it's overwhelming, and it's your resource for revitalizing your own life, for putting you back on a path to, you know, I had such a good time. You know, I owe it to them to continue to have that good time because I have people to share it with. You know, and if you don't have family, you still got close friends. You know, sometimes we have friends that are actually closer than family, that become part of you. You share so much with them. So that's one of the things that I'm hearing here that is carrying a lot of us forward.
I think our loved ones want us to be happy. You know, we all know that. He wants you to be happy. You know, I mean, Brian, Mary Lou, I mean, everybody, you know, they want us to be happy. They want us to be able to move on at some point, and they're pulling for us. You know, God's pulling for us. You know, our Catholic faith is big. I mean, that's what got me through all of our rituals that we go through. Well, not rituals, but the sacraments, the anointing of the sick, the rosary. You know, I mean, Jimmy always said, you know, they fill out the paper when they're knights of what they want when they die, and he always said he didn't want a rosary. And I told him, Jimmy, you have to have a rosary. You're Catholic. And I said, and I need you to have a rosary. And finally, when he was sick, Harvey Gorski was a good friend of theirs in the Knights. He came over and had him redo his paper, and he did sign that he wanted a rosary, and we did. We had the rosary, and he, you know, had a huge funeral. You know, it was like, so but that's what gets us through those first days, is just having our family and friends, well, not during COVID now, but, you know, back then, we had you know, we're able to have a full church and no social distancing and all that, but he's, you know, they are in a better place, and they are pulling for us. They want us to be able to be happy.
You know, you mentioned the rosary, such a powerful, powerful symbol of our faith. Often, nothing that's impossible if we pray to Mary, because she is the greatest intercessor that we have. She's the mother of God. And the rosary is very special to me, because when Mary Lou came home on hospice, and she was home for 2.5 weeks, and I took the morning shift, the early morning shift with her, because I had family sharing the time with her. So at 1:30, I said, we would say the joyful mysteries. The joyful mysteries, not the sorrowful mysteries, the joyful mysteries together. And initially, with the first 2 weeks, she responded with the prayers. The last 3 or 4 days, she was totally incognitive. She wasn't speaking at all. And I still said the rosary to her. And the last day, at about 2 in the morning, I finished, and I whispered in her ear, and I said, Mary Lou, see if you can't talk to the Blessed Mother, see if she can get her son to do something about little Henry, because my granddaughter was expecting her son the 11th of September. This is the 31st of August. See if she can't get her to do something with the Blessed Mother, with her son, and see if she can't get Henry out here, because her grandfather's going to need her, and her great-grandfather's definitely going to need him. So anyway, she passed away at 4:30. They came and picked up her body, and she was gone by 5:30. So my son Chuck, who was with me, and his wife, Chuck says, I'm calling Emma. I want to tell her that Mimi passed away. I said, son, gosh, I said, she's pregnant, she's going to be having a baby in 11 days. I said, it's going to be a heck of a shock. Dad, she's here every day. She needs to know. So he calls her. She answers the phone. Hello? And he says, honey, Mimi passed away. Oh, Dad, I'm so, oh shit, my water broke. And 12 hours and 24 minutes later, I had a great grandson. So you talk about the power of God and the power of love. So that's my reason for carrying on. I've got an extension of her, and he has the most beautiful blue eyes, and both parents had brown eyes. Just, it's absolutely magnificent.
Who do you think after?
Her. He looks like her. He looks like her as a baby. Looks just like her. So it's a blessing.
Well, one thing that helped me in preparing for my husband's funeral, at the funeral home during the wake, they have they play music, and they have a slideshow of pictures, you know. And you know, my husband was a big photographer, and his brothers and sisters also started sending me pictures of him when he was little. So I put together, you know, this big thing. I kept going through all these pictures, putting together all these photos of him throughout his life. And they had kind of a limit, but I went over it. And I put all this stuff together, and I was picking out those things. And so basically I had, in the end, they played this during the wake and the rosary at the funeral home, and then they also give you a little disc of it. But I have, you know, basically his life in pictures with his family and his friends and trips that we went on and things like that. And going through all that, you know, was very comforting, because it helped me, you know, remember everything. And now I can go back. They prepared a book. They have, you know, all those pictures that I can go back and I can look at those and remember those.
And that's great. That's wonderful. We had the same thing for Mary Lou, and the final picture was a picture of Henry. 6 pounds, 13 ounces, 21 inches. That was the sum of her life.
Right.
Does anybody need a break, or do y'all want us to keep going now? Anybody need a bathroom break?
Not yet.
And when were we going to eat lunch?
And, probably about 1:30. We're getting there.
Okay.
It
Just
might be
curious.
before, getting hungry.
Getting a little hungry. My stomach is getting.
Yeah, I just.
One thing I do is eat my emotions. Maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
I just,
excuse me, I just need to use the restroom.
Okay, go ahead. We have talked a little bit about the loneliness of grief that we felt, a lot of us have. After losing someone we love, I think a lot of us have lost our spouse. You know, Douglas, you've lost your parents, so I'm sure you were used to calling on them to run things by too, you know, talking to mom and dad about issues that you have. So that's a lonely thing. You're no siblings. So that's hard. But the pain is sometimes so severe and long-lived and debilitating at times. So, you know, after Jimmy died, for me, I've said that, you know, I had all these people in the house, but I still felt lonely at times, even though I had all these people, because they were all kids, I couldn't really talk to them about it. And but then then I went back to work pretty soon, and I had those people that I could talk to, so I didn't really feel lonely that much. I mean, I didn't have him, you know, to come by in the house, you know. I'd worked nights for many years, so we spent a lot of times. I don't think I went to day shift till after he died. So, but still, you know, if I had a bad day at work, you know, I work in a NICU, so we take care of babies. So if I had a really hard, baby that we lost or something, I'd come home and I could cry to him, you know, and he would always be there to hug me. Like Buzz said, he was a great hugger, but he was also good for consoling. So I missed that consolation, that, you know, just the passion he brought to my life. And I always wondered, you know, well, okay, when my kids all leave home, am I gonna have a delayed grief response, because now I really will be alone? And that didn't really happen. I mean, you know, it was nice when they all finally did leave. You know, they always say parents are, you know, kind of, am I gonna be sad when my kids and I'm gonna be an empty nester? And it was really okay. But, you know, now sometimes I do, like, I feel like, well, you know, it would just be nice to have, you know, you miss companionship. So you have your friends, and you can go to happy hour with your girlfriends and all that, but you just miss having someone to just spend your days with, you know.
The touch of your hand. The touch of your hand.
Yeah, just a hand, just a holding hands.
Yeah.
So, and you know, we were talking about choosing to be alone, like Lisa was sharing about earlier. The times when you might choose to be alone, or like if it is a holiday, like it's Christmas or their birthday or something, you might want to spend some time, choose to be alone for a little bit, just gather your thoughts, because a lot of people, there's involved in so many activities during the holidays, and everybody wants you to be happy. You know, try to be alone for at least 1 hour every holiday, just to kind of get your mind right, and just, you know, just honor him in some way. Think about what fond memories you have of that holiday with them. The first few holidays after Jimmy died, his big thing for Christmas Eve, we'd go to the children's mass, and then we would, you know, have friends over and just do our little hors d'oeuvre things, like the chicken, you know, the little sausage weenie things, and the hamburger sauce, the barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Well, at the first Christmas, and then we'd go into my parents' house, my mom's house. The first year I didn't even go to mass at Sacred Heart. It was just going to be too hard, and I don't think I've since done Christmas Eve like he used to do. We might do it like the weekend before, but it's too hard to do it that same way. So, you know, the feelings of loneliness seem to hit us especially hard, usually right after the loss, and we could use those times of aloneness when you choose to be alone to aid the healing process. Sometimes it might come sooner, the healing, but then, but it still will take its time, but just, being alone just gives you the opportunity and the challenge to distinguish the important from the not so important. So, also think about weather. Weather can couldn't get out, so think about those things, when you are alone, lonely. Anybody else to share about anything, how you have handled the loneliness, or you're just still trying to muddle through?
I'm still trying to muddle through Christmas time. To me, it feels just a regular day. I don't really want to celebrate it. But, my wife, she tries her best to make it a little bit easier.
Well, that's it, I think. Like with me, we would get together at my parents'. 3 of my sisters have all their kids, all the babies, and there'd be like 18 of us just for our immediate family. And we'd have birthdays, and all the holidays, we'd have special days. And that was our tradition. I mean, we just did that because parents were the glue, I guess, that held us all together. And then it's different now. And it's hard because we'll never have that same togetherness. And when we do get together, we still miss them. So it's hard when we do try to have the same tradition. But I think we've learned we have to grow and have new traditions, like life is making something new for you, special for those days. So that's, it's been difficult, but that's the only way I think I've gotten through some of it, is having new experiences. And we can remember the way things were, but we still have to keep growing and trying to live our life the fullest that we can, however we can.
Well, Mary Lou passed away on 31st of August. I play Santa Claus every year. I have for 22 years. I always, back when Mary Lou passed away, I still had a pretty good beard at that time. By Christmas time, I had a full beard. Last year was particularly difficult because I didn't do nearly the number of venues. I still played Santa Claus. I played Santa Claus at Sacred Heart, and I had a total of 6 times. They auction me off every year in the fall here. There's several families that get together, and I've been going there for 6 or 7 years. But the kids mean everything. They're the future, there's so much joy in looking at little eyes, that just, basically, they adore you. I mean, I've taken kids all the way from pre-K to 8th grade here in this school. And kindergartners and pre-K kids, they hit you right at the knees. I mean, when you're Santa Claus, you feel like you're going to buckle. But when you've taken them all the way up to 8th grade, they absolutely surround you and they envelop you. So Christmas time, even without Mary Lou, was still a joyous memory. And I always shave my beard after the first of the year to give her a reprieve and start growing it again in May. So it's just, again, memory. I was with my family, my kids, she was absent. We have some videos of when we went through the stages with the grandkids growing up. Play the videos and see those, So she's there, well, she's there anyway. She's enjoying all this. Again, cling to memory. When I get up in the morning, the first thing I say is, "Good morning, babe. I love you. Help me through this day." Last thing at night, "Good night, honey. I love you. Thanks for a wonderful life together." And I thank God for the wonderful life I had with her. for me, it's kept the grief away. There's still too much joy. The loneliness appears at night more than any other time because the touch of that person that you've slept with for so many years just not being there. Sometimes I imagine she's there when I've been lucky, you know, and I imagine, gee whiz, I thought I felt her the last moment of my sleep. So those are great things that carry you through. And it doesn't matter how much time. It really doesn't. My anniversary of my great-grandson's birth is the anniversary of my wife's death. So how do I put grief and the absolute joy? The joy overcomes whatever grief is there. When she presented me with him 12 hours and 24 minutes after she passed, I can't get over that. That just too much good. And she was always look at the positive side of life. No matter what, I'd be in traffic, I'd be grumbling about that old fart in front. Maybe he's not feeling good, or maybe something happened. You know, always a positive outlook. And that's what kept me going. That's why I say she was the closest thing to God that I'll ever see her. She's the one that kept me going to church, kept me going to communion, kept me having faith in God.
I have a question. Have all of y'all already gone through the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas? You've all had at least one Thanksgiving and Christmas. So y'all have already dealt with the holidays?
No.
No. Okay. And Bruce,
We haven't yet.
Yeah, by November 1st,
yeah, November.
right before.
Yeah.
Yeah, before Thanksgiving.
If I can just throw out some advice with the holidays, they're stressful enough in themselves, you know, with all the planning and things that you have to do. So, start making a list to eliminate some of that stress. If you don't want to go shopping for Christmas, you know, knock that out. If you don't want to do the big Thanksgiving dinner, and it might be easier for you to go to a family member's house, do that. Eliminate some of that stress that is already embedded in these holidays. My experience with Christmas, especially, again, yes, I've lost my parents, but when I speak of grief, it's grieving my son, my 19-year-old son. So it was a whole different relationship when I lost my parents. I didn't put up the tree. I didn't put up the big tree, you know, in the living room. What I did instead is I made what I called, and it still goes up every year, Alex's Christmas tree. I got a 3-foot Christmas tree. Linda's seen it many years. It's Alex's tree. I went and got all those ornaments that you could put picture frames in, and I basically went from when he was newborn all the way to 19 with that. Now, to this day, it was very hard to do, but that tree is the first thing I do for the Christmas season. I do it alone. I put up that tree by myself, and I get those ornaments, and I have a really good cry before all the other decorations go up. But it's something you can do for your loved one, because basically, in a nutshell, what we do, Andrew, now, and all of y'all, we're living our lives to honor our loved ones. We're moving forward. We're not moving on. We're moving forward with our memories, and they're right with us in our hearts. Yeah, this is a big scar. Some of it is still open and oozing and bleeding out, but it will heal, and you're going to be proud of that scar, that you're carrying this because you've loved someone. And that is the greatest gift that God gave us, is that we were able to love these very precious people in our lives. And I'll tell you, this was the hardest lesson I had to learn. That they were precious, because I could not live after losing Alex. I did not want to live. And I was one you know, that didn't want to go on living until I learned the lesson that God gives us what we need to live. And the lesson I learned was God gives us the air to breathe. That's a need. Our loved ones are precious. They were a gift. Yeah, it's hard to live without them, but we can, and we will move forward, and we will live our lives in honor of our loved ones. That's how we do this every day. So, I hope that helps you.
Write it down. That's right, let your heart out. Let your heart out. Write it down.
Just be kind with yourself on holidays. Do something that you feel you want to do for your loved ones, but release all that other stress. Let it fall away.
If God brings you to it, He'll take you through it. I say, if God brings you to it, He'll take you through it. It does. It does.
One little healing service that I want to go through with us before we take lunch. So I would just encourage y'all to answer these questions on your own if you want. At home, there's some questions about loneliness and what's helpful to be alone and all that. Just a little healing service, and then we're going to go to lunch. Have lunch, so I mean, and the healing from pain and the healing from the pain of grief takes a long time, but time alone does not heal. If we allow the wound to stay open and festering, we have the assurance that God journeys with us in our pain and sadness. Our faith allows us to live through and to live with the pain and loss. Life has not ended, it has changed. That's one of the things in our prayer of the bereaved at Mass. Life has not ended, it has changed. We will now participate in a healing service. In the name of the Father, and Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Excuse me, what page are you?
Oh, this is not in here.
Oh.
It's from another. Sorry. Gracious God, creator of all the world, we thank you and praise you for being present to us at this time of sorrow. Thank you for walking with us in our pain, in our loss, in all of the symptoms of grief that we may be experiencing. We ask your healing hands to touch us now. Send your angels to guide and protect us. Help us to taste and see your goodness, O Lord. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen. A reading from St. Paul to the Corinthians. We are afflicted in every way possible, but we are not crushed. Full of doubts, we never despair. We are persecuted, but never abandoned. We are struck down, but never destroyed. I'd ask you all, each one, to think of a symptom now of grief that you're suffering from, or a problem or challenge that you may be experiencing. Then in a moment, this is a litany of grief. We're going to say out loud 4 and then say whatever symptom that you're experiencing. Then after each symptom out loud, the group will respond, Lord, come to our assistance. And then you can say more than one symptom at a time. Everybody got that? Questions?
Are we like going around the room saying it, or are we just saying
Say
it?
it out loud.
Simultaneously.
Okay.
Say it out loud. Yes. Confusion. Lord, come to our assistance.
For loneliness.
Lord, come to our assistance.
A defining purpose in life.
Lord, come to our assistance.
Guilt,
Lord, come to our assistance.
anger,
Lord, come to our assistance.
For things that break around the house.
Lord, come to our assistance. Lord, come to our assistance.
For children.
Lord, come to our assistance.
For yearning.
Lord, come to our assistance.
for anger,
Lord, come to our assistance.
For lost plans.
Lord, come to our assistance.
Understanding.
Lord, come to our assistance.
to make wise choices.
Lord, come to our assistance.
Companionship.
Lord, come to our assistance.
Meaningful conversation.
Lord, come to our assistance.
Missing Becky.
Lord,
Lord,
come to our
come to our
assistance.
assistance. For depression.
Lord,
Come to our assistance.
For renewed faith.
Lord,
Come to our assistance.
For strength.
Lord, come to our assistance.
For healing.
Lord, come to our assistance.
Abundance, grace,
Lord, come to our assistance.
For perseverance.
Lord,
Lord,
come to our
come to our
assistance.
assistance.
For sharing.
Lord, come to our assistance.
For peace.
Lord,
Come to our assistance. Loving God, we know that your love for us is beyond understanding, and that when we weep, you weep. Comfort us as we taste the bitter wine of grief and the salty tears of death. Help us to acknowledge and ease the suffering and pain of your broken and suffering body. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen. Lunchtime. Let's take about 30 minutes. Is that enough time for everybody to eat?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go out, hang around?
You don't need to do it now, but later.
Oh. My granddaughter, she's an artistic too.
Yeah.
She loves my old sketches. She doesn't know. Who's this studio?
Wow. That's good, that's good.
Oh.
My husband would never do that for me. He would never do that for me. I don't know why.
We had such a freedom.
I had a good time.
We enjoy. We. Yeah, I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
She was. Oh. You could always pick you up. Older, you know. Of course, when I was younger, it was always.
Is she filming us? I don't know.
So I'm be walking right in front. Did you bring something for her? Did you bring something for her? Or did you get yourself?
I had it in the icebox.
Oh, that's right.
They had chips up there. I'm gonna go sit out the car, but no salt.
Unless it's ours, but it's just branded up somewhere. Okay, oh, okay, all right.
She went to guy we bought the show.
Yeah.
Sent me the papers and served me. Because I read through the initial ones and what she wanted. I said, Shelley. So anyway, they had work. They just offered me a promotion to come down here, be a district manager for the United States.
What company did you work for?
Well, it was a company called Anything out of Chicago. They made forgings. There was so much to be done down here. I had grown up in the steel industry.
Yeah, yeah.
So I willingly accepted that. And I said that I would give me more chance. Because if you get away from family, from mom and dad living in town, my dad was already gone, but my mom was gone. There was constantly family stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Always interceding, you know,
Yeah.
for their member.
yeah.
And he said, come with me.
It'd be one distraction, brother.
Yeah. She wasn't happy, but she agreed. She'd come down here. I was gone for 4 years. I traveled every week except Christmas and Easter. Covering my territory.
Yeah.
So we had financial wherewithal.
Yeah.
So when I came home on the weekends, and I did every weekend, I was home. And I just had the divorce papers in my sockbook to remind me of what I almost lost. It was a constant reminder. You know, later on in life, I said, I wouldn't change a thing.
No, you had to learn those
Oh,
lessons.
for fear that it would change now. I said, I'm so happy with now. I couldn't ask for anything better. And because she had a heart condition all of her life, who had her fixed emergency heart surgery just before she died. The doctor said, I don't know whether I did her any harm or any good. He said, I am just not sure. Well, we took her home. She had her 7th pacemaker defibrillator put in. She was an amazing woman. Always. We talked about that. I mean, we talked about, she said, well, I want to go first. I said, no, I'm going first. No, I want to go first. Don't. She always said, you don't be alone. You're not a lone man. You're not an alone man. I says, I don't know whether I could ever find anybody to replace you. Well, I'm going first. No, I'm going. No, I'm back and forth. It was just, I don't want you to be alone either. Well, we got the kids. He says, I've got the kids too. It's just, you know, it was a, I just, very, very difficult time thinking negatively about her passing because she was having a tough time in the end. And it just, you know, she deserved to go. She deserved it.
My husband died of a heart attack. A lot of it is the company didn't protect us. He was on the CPAC machine. We had a power surge. It wasn't on. It should have been on a surge protector, but it wasn't. And the company just didn't think that was that important to get that CPAC replaced, even though we were living in Africa. It was finally through one of my contacts a week later that we borrowed somebody's, and we got the one from here sent over. But the company just let us down in so many areas. That's where my anger is, and I don't know if I should do a full death suit. I'm not that type of person.
I felt like that with my wife.
Yeah.
Get you a cup of coffee? The coffee feels good, it's cold in here.
It is chilly.
So how do you deal with that anger?
He wanted her home.
Yeah, and the other.
She was 8.
Yeah, no, agreed. And the other thing is, I said if they didn't lie to me, they lied to me.
The doctor, they only have 1 or 2 doctors in a rehab center, and they check the stats when they go in and they take the vitals. When Mary went to one here in Conroe, I was refused entry. I was the first, it was an ICU.
Right.
Rehab hospital, because
Right.
you can duplicate everything that
Right.
they do in a hospital.
Right.
With the exception of surgery.
Yep.
So I got to look at her through a window. I picked his heart on it.
Aw.
Your grandchildren, that's
Perfect,
how I looked at her. I saw her morning, noon, and
perfect.
night.
Perfect.
And we went there. And then I finally just said, I'm taking her home.
You did the right thing. You know you did the right thing.
So I had to deal with that anger with the administrator who did not move. I said, there's such a thing, I've read it, it's called compassionate caregiving. And I said, you lack compassion. Well, I can't risk. I said, come on, get out of this risk business. I said, no. I said, I'll wear whatever you want. I'll stay. It didn't work, so I literally, as we were approaching Christmas time, and I'm playing Santa Claus, I gotta put that kind of stuff away. I'm not gonna project that to kids.
No.
Nor would I wear a shield or a mask. Santa Claus does not wear a shield or a mask. So when they asked me to come to the school again, I said to Debbie Brown, one of my first neighbors was for a while, I said, Deb, I ain't wearing a mask. It ain't happening. She says, well, everybody else here is. I says, okay, then they're protected. I'm protected from them. Little kids are gonna give me something, you know. The frequency there is a 0.0000%.
Exactly.
It's so nothing, and I'm angry at the government.
No, I can't.
I'm angry at the
I mean,
restrictions.
my husband at least had the foresight to die early enough that he had a big funeral and got us back here to the States.
You know, I did not know
back
this
to
was
the
her
States
funeral.
before all the things shut down.
Well, you know,
Being a
I
member
wouldn't say
here
the
for so
funny thing,
long.
my mom and dad, they were married almost
And
50
have been here
years,
so
just
long,
shy.
yes, right.
dad and mom, when they were the youngest, they were a couple there in the eighties, and they were only in their mid-sixties when they first went down there. So my dad was Mr. Fix-It, and Charlie fixed everything, you know. But,
Did she teach?
he was, he had a problem, so he had to have ileostomy back for a while.
She did both jobs for a while. She was a first grade teacher.
Can't school, right at the time, when they reconnected.
I can't remember if she was.
Oh, nice.
He was 3.5 years, he went down there, they'd leave, like November, right after Thanksgiving, and he'd be down there until Easter.
CCE.
And he was in his glory, because he didn't like shit. He turned the phone off, and I lived just down the street, where the hell were you? I turned the phone off. I turned the phone off. I knew what he wanted to do first, he enjoyed being with my mother. Anyway, they were down there that last year, he was alive, and they had twin beds, you know, laying alongside of each other, they went to sleep at night holding hands.
It almost seems.
So
like
she got up in the
that's
morning
it.
to fix breakfast, and she says, Chuck, you want some bacon and eggs? He says, no, I'm gonna wait a little longer. So then, she's out there cooking, he smells the bacon, and he says, yeah, I think I will have some bacon and eggs. So, call me when they're ready. He says, hey, Chuck, your bacon and eggs are ready. He says, I'll be. And he had a brain test.
Could be more than that, but exactly.
And I can hear him say,
My husband after he died. They wasn't ready, he had things to do, he wasn't ready to die yet.
yeah, he was 3 days short of his 73rd birthday. And my mom lived to be 90. And Mary Lou's father was dead at 48 before she and I got married. But he was already, when I was 19 years old, he was dancing. We got married 4 years later. We graduated. But he was
I know it's not supposed to be that way.
her mother lived to be 96. We had her the last.
I think that contributes to
And she was a delight.
so long.
She was, oh, man, she could spin your ears around in no
It's
time
just
at all.
recently that they
Bring your shock you right back to reality.
high school now.
3 weeks before she died, she was at a
Used to,
they were super tough.
go to say,
A
hey,
woman,
here.
and her sister would come up and help her with the 3 people that she had.
And they had people that would.
Mom would sit there, as we go to see her just about every day, and she's sitting there staring off into space like the elderly people do, like I do occasionally. And she's just staring at Mary Lou, and I are sitting there with her, and Rosa's sister comes in, and clean, and she looks at her, and everybody comes her son, Mary's brother Dan,
I think that's a very good help.
little Debbie, the youngest one, says, no. And that's, so they go over there, honey. So she's sitting there, and Kathleen says, what do you think gonna happen? She says,
More people in church too.
you asshole.
My oldest son did, Justice Stewart,
She would get, you never knew when that little light was gonna come on.
my mother was like that. She lived in my father's shadow, and when my father died, the things that would come out of her mouth, you could just think, oh my God.
I love that, the candor, and her mother was the same way, Grandma Susie.
Yeah, I
She
just
would turn your
realized
head
when
right,
he died
she told you
November
exactly
31st,
how
so he
pretty
just
things,
went through
you know.
Yeah, it's
right
only
on
been,
the cusp of the holidays.
I think it was shortly before they just I'm not gonna make it for Thanksgiving.
It's great.
I think that's when he came out of the hospital. Yeah,
I remember,
Yeah.
I would read your,
the Caring Bridge.
I would read your Caring Bridge
Change.
follow
No,
along.
my
We
husband
were all
probably
kind
was
of,
97.
Yeah, it was a definitely a shock. Because like I said, you know, being perfectly healthy, I mean, in hindsight,
I
he
knew
had been
he
losing
died young,
weight.
but
but he'd been trying to
Yeah,
lose
I
weight.
stopped.
But I'm thinking now that it wasn't because he was trying to lose weight, it was probably a symptom of disease, because that's one of the things that it causes. And I look back now at pictures, and the way he was losing weight, was not necessarily healthy. You look at him and say, oh wow, he's lost a lot of weight around his Vegas, and
Yeah.
not necessarily a healthy way.
Did you already see the jaundice? Did you see the yellow in his
Oh, well,
eye?
not at first, but by the end of June, beginning of August, like I said, we got the diagnosis in, the end of
It just happened so fast. I
the end of
remember.
June, he started not feeling good. End of July, we started getting, was when we finally saw the doctor, we got some of the results. We got the diagnosis of cancer in early August. But like a week after we first went to the person at MD Anderson College, Billy Rubin, and he was starting to get really jaundiced. The first hospitalization where they went in and put in the little shunts, then he started getting better. So that was in mid-August. He appeared to be getting better, at least the symptoms were, but then it was like in October, it started coming back. The jaundice started coming back, and the yellowish, and we had been going to treatments, but he hadn't been getting blood work done for different things. He was doing chemo. And one of the nurses, in hindsight, one of the nurses at one of the chemo things, well, he's looking a little yellow, and we didn't push it. We didn't say, oh, get some blood work or something. But then, like about a week after, when he went into the chemo, they did blood work, and they said, oh man, your levels are way high. You need to go back to the hospital.
I think that's what took us by surprise because, he was getting better.
He seemed
All
to be
of a
getting
sudden,
better.
he went
Yeah,
down,
yeah.
and when we got the last person, and then you got everything going
I know,
too.
yeah,
If your
that was
two-
like I
if your
said,
two
in
sons
September.
weren't there,
do.
what was
No,
like?
I mean, so in September, I was taking him in August and through early September, I was taking him to all those appointments, and then in mid-September, I went out with my younger son just to try to play pickleball, first time we tried to do that, and that's when I tripped and fell and dislocated and broke my arm. And then I couldn't do any of the appointments anymore. Fortunately, by that time,
Things will
David
suddenly
was
stop
there,
working and
and
then
he
2
had
days
a
later,
job
it's
that
gonna
he
be,
started
I can
working
start
late in the
again.
day, so he took Brian to all his appointments and stuff.
Yeah, I caught up with all that. It wasn't so was taking.
I was here and getting my surgery done,
I think
but about,
thrown out them at once.
but in that October, when Brian, I was at home, it was between when I had my surgery, but my arm was broken, so I couldn't really do much.
Lucky dog, you.
And I was gonna have surgery the next week, and I was at home, and the boys were all doing stuff, so I was getting my house cleaned, and I got a call from my son saying, they were just going for that chemo, and he said, well, they told us to go down to MD Anderson because his bilirubin is high. They're gonna, it's really high. We're gonna have to try and do stents again. I was like, I hadn't even really even said goodbye to him or anything, that day. And he was getting all of it. He was getting. Well, they were doing various and sundry procedures where they would pull out fluid. So he had about 3 or 4 of those, both around his lung and around his belly.
That's very painful to remove all
Right.
those
So he was doing that, and then then he had a catheter, or he had a port where they were doing the chemo. And then once he got to the hospital, they said in addition to the jaundice and he had an infection. The little port had gotten infected, and so they had to take that out, and then they put in something that allowed them to pull out liquid, on a routine basis instead of having to have a procedure. Yeah, they had it's like a little valve thing that you could do. But then they tried a couple times.
So I had to go
with
out in
the
my
stents again,
pajamas,
and it worked the first time, but then they tried 2 other times and it wasn't working. So that's when I was just trying to say, please let him come home, because if it's not going to work, I want him to be home, as opposed to just being there by that what 2 weeks through in the hospital. And in the middle of that was when I had my surgery.
Yeah, I put you in there. You had a comment. It happened so fast within a half a year. Just happened.
Yeah. And it was just, it was just such a shock. But by the time you know, after he came home from that second hospital visit, he knew that he didn't have much time. And the fact was, he wouldn't want to live that way where he can't even stand up on his own, he can't go to the bathroom, he couldn't do anything. I mean, he could sit, he could talk with people, he could watch TV or something like that, but he didn't want to just exist like that, you know, he was ready.
We sang our heart out for him.
Oh, it was wonderful. That-
Because
the
we
service-
moved out into the pews for
That
you
service
could
was
hear,
really beautiful.
because we had just did it for Kay, for Henry, when Henry died. And they said they didn't hear anything but banging on the piano. They'd never heard any of us sing the songs that Kay had picked, so we were saying, we're moving out to where Cindy could hear our songs.
We could, I mean, and there were so many people there, and the service was just really beautiful. It was really nice. You know, and all the
We're
songs.
singing for Brian and for you, we're singing your songs, but.
Yeah, that was so wonderful to have that.
Would y'all like more time on the questions, or if you have to
I think
tweak
I think it's
anything?
been probably about as, yeah. And I mean, people can go back and then look at
Well,
it.
that's what the hope is. It's a lot of information. Complicated.
Time consuming.
Yeah, it's a lot of material to cover, but a lot of it is for y'all to go through.
When I would say, like David was, David still is questioning, he's like, is it okay for you to be, I said, people are gonna be wearing masks, we'll be at social distancing. He's like, you know, you're okay? And I'm kinda concerned about you guys. Oh, you're okay. You know, I think this is important. Yeah.
That you have. That you have.
Spend more time on the questions.
All of them. No, because all you do is this, nominate Patrick, spiritual son, the amen, calories are gone. That's right, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's absolutely.
That blessing takes care of everything.
Making me think. Until now, I didn't really think about it.
Oh, I did,
Chocolate peanut butter.
oh, yeah.
200 calories. Oh, we'll not have to look at that.
Oh, well, okay.
Right there.
You only live once. Itching like crazy. I've got allergy or something. I don't know what it is. I cannot quit itching.
And everything, like I said.
We got semi-good, I think that, like, for Catholic daughters, we might start being, at least in, if things continue to progress well, we'll be able to start having actual meetings in the fall. But they're actually starting, you said in July, but since we usually take, you know, July and August off.
Until now, I haven't been thinking about myself.
Or June or July. I mean, we usually have a meeting in June, you know, right at the beginning of June, so. But in any case, we're still trying to have like Zoom meetings, if you could come to some. They have, if you get emails from them.
Yes.
So sometimes we still try to have Zoom meetings.
Well, we had to cancel a family get together with Georgeport Contribution. And we've already bought our tickets, so we'll lose $6,000 if we don't go.
Oh, wow.
So we're scheduling hopefully right now for June, the first weekend in June. We're gonna be gone for 5 days.
Okay.
So we've got that scheduled. If we can get everybody to agree, being able to get on board.
Especially when
They
when the sky is,
just give us a year and a half to get it done. We were supposed to go in
and then
September.
sometimes when you see like the.
Yeah, so you have,
sun be shining,
if you're on
you see like
name
Well,
something, I
and family,
anyway, they are having meetings like at the first Tuesday of the month on the computer.
you're in medical center,
And some people get in.
Rice University, and then we're just a little bit west.
Yeah, I've done the Zoom.
Have you done the Zoom?
About 2 or 3 of them I've done. Not all of
I
them.
was trying to remember. who-
Last one I forgot to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult, you know, it's not, certainly not ideal, but occasionally you can still get some.
Some I just been on the phone. Once I got on the computer with it.
Yeah, it's better if you're just on the phone, it's difficult. If you're on the computer, you can see people, it's a little bit better.
Yeah.
So we're north, so Holcomb runs east-west. We're north of
Oh, yeah, I
that.
think they were just the,
So we slowly have to process all
yeah,
of
the group that's on there, and I think there were 6 of us.
Yeah, sometimes it's been, it's not as many as maybe 9 or 10. They're, you know, that's usually.
So it depends on what you're fighting, what you're going through and everything. You know, I just lost my brother-in-law last month.
Oh, today?
My sister
You know,
had it.
I actually asked her if I could do
Had a
it.
light case of it, and then he woke her up.
Kind of alone.
The third day after she had it, he woke
I
her
didn't
up.
wanna-
and said,
It's gonna sound selfish. I didn't want to
So
think,
and
worry about
she
whether
didn't
she's
see
getting
him.
what she does.
She got to look at him one time,
And
and
she told me,
he was hooked
first she
up
was like,
to
really? And I'm
the
like,
respirator.
you haven't,
And
been
she,
discounting your loss, you haven't,
couldn't see,
she's been
she doesn't
fortunate.
really wanna see that.
She
On the
hadn't
respirator,
experienced
he
anything
was- he's
significant
got forehead
other
with
than a grandfather.
was pain.
8 years
She
ago.
didn't,
So I'm not, yeah, not minimizing, but I really want to
she
focus
couldn't
on
talk
this.
to him or anything. So, we had, she had an ashes, so we had her out there to Shepherd Hill. They've got a
I brought it with me.
cemetery out there.
Just make sure, and then I got a phone
That's
call
where
also
they
from
put
Richard.
his ashes down there.
My father felt reached out.
But he just, she couldn't talk to him about anything, so she got a handle. She
And
had
Dad passing.
That's what about the stress.
Oh,
So we know.
You said your son had died of a heart attack and you had a daughter
Sorry, I just-
also, or?
My daughter
Figure out
died,
both of them.
Wendy will be gone about 9 years.
He was
She was
assisted
in 2
living.
years
He was in
later.
a memory, actually, a memory
Husband died of a heart attack, and then 6 months later, my son
spring
died.
area.
I've got one son left.
Yeah, so
He's up in Griffith
Mom's
Springs,
still-
out of Austin.
I started noticing that
He's
his
my crazy one. He's my crazy one.
dementia was kind of
He had to take me, he wanted me to go skydiving with him so bad, but I couldn't do it, so I went and watched him. I could not do it.
from November of 18.
And then my friend, she went through breast cancer,
And it
lost
got
one of her breasts,
difficult.
and
Manage his care.
she went through
Houston was
it.
traveling.
Oh, wow.
And I said, Vicki, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'll catch you when you fall.
So we found.
Be there in moral support.
Yeah, I was, I was like, I cannot do this with you. So,
And an opening happened. It's really nice.
we're going, as soon as the COVID thing gets better, we're doing a trip.
He lived there.
On a gambling trip, she wants to go on a gambling trip. I said, okay, I'll take you on a gambling trip.
And they took very good care of him.
Lake Charles or somewhere.
August 27th.
I cannot jump from that fluffy. You have to push
You know,
me out.
technically, he did diagnose, he was diagnosed with COVID.
Will you be hooked up? She was hooked up to somebody.
Advanced
But she
dementia.
still landed on her butt.
He was,
My,
he was gone.
my younger son
By
did that, where he
time-
was attacked.
I watched
You
Brian,
would not
oh,
have
Brian,
had
your
it.
husband was Brian, my son Brian. And, I watched him go down, I watched Vicky go down, I just couldn't do it.
That's not something I remember really wanting to do. I had kind of at one point in time thought it might be kind of fun to do that, like, the gliding, you know, hang gliding.
Yeah.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, my
Not
brother's
anymore.
tried to jump off of a cliff or do this hang gliding in Florida years and years ago. I'm not a daredevil, guys.
Now, I did the, what is it, the, where you go, you're on a, like, they string like a cable across things and you go on that.
Yeah, Colorado, we did that.
I've done the zip line. I did that, but even that, you know, it was like, it's going too fast, and mine, you know, like, you're supposed to kind of, my thing kept twisting and turning, and so I didn't particularly like it.
That was, even in Orange State Park, I jumped, we just jumped off of, we hung onto this rope that went on the tip into the water, and that scared me.
August 27th. And I guess
You
it's
guys,
a while.
sorry, I'm just like a daredevil.
The earth, this is just zero month. They brought it.
Ho, 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 here comes Santa
The one
Claus.
that I did-
Santa Claus, you shaved your beard.
Well, exactly, my wife,
Actually, I shaved it all.
may or may not know
Yeah, you
that.
gotta
Couldn't
quit.
stand it without having some hair on my face.
In the summertime, it'll get too hot.
Oh,
It'll
no idea.
it'll be growing back. You gotta get it grown for Christmas.
And then I'm prepared to go in September,
Every year for the last,
prepared to go at the end of August. And
I've
that's
said, this is the last year.
a phone call the week
And you do
of
it.
August 27th.
Well, last year was so tough because I do
You
it
get
for
the hospice here.
a lot of the, I mean, the private, the public schools and the libraries. And you couldn't do it this year. There were still a few people like doctors, and one insurance lady that said, no, come on in, you know. They will wear a mask, you don't have to. Because I said, I won't. Santa Claus doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's because it's,
No.
we're getting better now. More people are getting.
So when I got there on
Father still wants us
Tuesday,
to wear them in church.
No, that was the cardinal, not Father.
Oh, I know, we got the
That was the
email.
dictate, it was the dictate from the cardinal.
Oh, yeah, we get email, I just kind of,
and 3 days later,
okay, both my shots now, so I feel better about it.
Well, as you have heard, I'm somewhat cantankerous.
Yeah, I drive out there sometimes,
My son Chuck
just to get some.
in aces.
got to get here, and I missed a phone call.
Yeah, we
And
gotta
then-
do whatever kind of keeps it
Like,
going.
she could eat it,
But yeah,
she started where she could eat
that was
something
the deal.
today, but not eat it tomorrow. Stuff like that. But I do remember that was one of her.
She died at 18.
Well, not unless I have guacamole.
Yeah, yeah.
I've just done too much digging on this virus.
I don't think it was the last.
Colored my whole opinion about everything.
Taking that flu shot every year, we probably can't.
I don't think frankly, I mean, he's,
I agree.
it ended up having some, you know, it's interesting, I was working on this, doctor.
Well, I truly believe that, and I don't believe it was an accident.
Right around when she passed, it was like,
And people still traveling, and they knew it, and they sent a whole contingent to Italy, and that's what brought Italy to its knees. But studying the virus, the particles are so small, they're just masculinized.
I would call it friendly,
Keep them out.
friendly.
With your glasses like I do, if they fogged up at all, it isn't doing one particle good, not even a little bit. None.
Yeah, so
I've got too many medical people.
that's why I
They
got my little experience.
they said, no, it's a virus, there's no way to keep it out. They're not sharing it with the public. Fauci said, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no.
You know, I mean, I
Back
wasn't
and forth
happy,
like a
but at the
damn
same time, it's
yo-yo.
like,
I know that Trump was sorry that he ever appointed him to the spokesperson.
so there's that.
Yeah, so I thought he did. I thought
She
he
wasn't
did.
suffering, but she, the leukemia just wiped her out, but he just mentioned your
He's never been a practicing doctor, he's been a researcher, a good one, never, he's always been a researcher.
Awful.
And his immunology is his specialty.
Just bone.
He was appointed back before Obama. He was all through the Obama administration. He and Obama started the search with COVID-19
It doesn't matter.
lab. Obama stopped it.
Back in Obama time?
Yes. Obama stopped it in 12. Biden revived it in 14 with the help of Bill Gates, who was a globalist, who was a population control person, and they continued to evolve until the United States of America, through Biden, initiated the research to establish this virus. It's an old virus. COVID is an old
Because I was so vivid.
a weapon. A weapon. You know, we had germ warfare during World War II.
She only suffered for
Pardon?
very little. She was,
Well,
he was a.
he may have known about it. He's not gonna hear it, because if you don't dig for it, you're not gonna get it. So who's gonna tell you about it?
Because she's not
I'm gonna tell you about it. You have to dig and uncover it.
She kind of goes that pain, or does she?
Don't use normal search engines, you know.
But the whole experience of that part.
Well, but any idiot has any sense, if it wasn't put on that fast track for developing it, he wouldn't have what he's got. He's taking the miles for it. He did what nobody else had ever done. There's so much documentation and actual verbiage and the first president, Ronald Reagan, that really took
Sure,
it to the American
They
people.
went to Dallas.
And the first one since Woodrow Wilson that has had a business background. Never experienced business background, yeah.
People have their own preference for other position of not wanting to celebration of their life. So appreciate part of it.
You know what he did with his, you know what he did with his paycheck?
Remember we used to send our kids to
Trump
She had
went to the
She also said she did,
Can you
went to the VA.
200 things changed.
No, he,
That
well,
was-
he did, that went to the VA. Who did more for veterans in the last decade? That man.
I agree.
That man. But like my sister-in-law, she is a sweetheart. I love her.
Sunday too.
She's, oh, he's,
Can't believe we let him do that.
I said, are you voting against the way he talks?
When
or
he
is
was a junior, I wouldn't let him go to Galveston.
Well, we
He
prayed
was
for
a
a street
junior,
fighter and we got
he
him.
went to Conroe High, and he wanted to go to Galveston to a prom.
And you gotta remember, there are no Democrats today.
We're
There
gonna
are
have
no,
to come to my house.
absolutely no Democrats. They're all,
Neighbor had a travel
they're
trailer, so we could
progressive,
put it in the
socialists,
culture
and
center.
communists, one of the three.
And, so me
My
and my
family
wife,
was all
our daughter
Democrats.
Jamie,
They were Chicago
stayed in the
Democrats.
travel
The
trailer.
Mayor Daley, Democrat.
We let the kids have the house, but we locked the bedroom where they could just have the kitchen and living room. And took all the furniture
That's
out.
where my family comes
The
from.
limo would come,
Quincy, back before the Civil
pick them
War.
up and bring them back to, yeah, so.
Unit. Where were the Myers and the Marcuses and the Foynes? All
But
German.
then, so that was his junior year, but his senior year, we let him go to Mexico. We can't go. I think the year after,
My son
couple
wants,
years after.
my son wants me to take him back to Quincy so bad. He's bring down every time I can see the family graves.
I think Jason's 97.
My grandfather and grandmother eloped from Quincy, and they were on the second page of the Quincy Times.
So he was born in,
I've got the actual cutouts of them, you know. Charles Henry.
75.
Oh, yeah, because, that was back in 1901, 1900. They got on the train and went to Detroit. My grandpa opened his first butcher shop.
Well, I was born and raised in Houston.
My mother's father had
Yeah, because James, my daughter was 75.
You guys. Mark Twain, because it was right across the river in Hannibal, Missouri, right across from Quincy.
We lived on
Yeah, that's where Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain came from. Hannibal, Missouri. I went to school with kids from Southern Illinois.
I had a lot of those. You forget, you see some so frequently.
All the way down to Carroll.
So you see like photos of it. In some sense. So I saw that. That's how But I've heard that my wife says the same thing.
Her grandmother was from Mayo. God help her. Mayo.
Precious.
Did you ever go over there? Yeah. God, Monty, you would just put people in Oh, yeah, we all did that.
Right.
I definitely kissed her. My son thinks I kissed her when I was a baby. So.
Well, 2020 See, Becky, that's February.
We got pictures of everybody kissing the water, snow, skiing. They took the whole family over there.
To the woodlands.
Well, I worked for, 2002, I went to work for a company out in United States. My cousin, it's a uniform company. They sell to the all field coveralls, shirts, and pants. I've been doing that. I had my own business. 82 to 2002.
1961.
The Plants.
When was he in?
Joe.
Was he before you got married?
Joe and Sandy. I sold my
You
interest
might have been
to
there
him
when Elvis Presley was there.
in 2002.
Elvis Presley was over in Frankfurt, I think in 1978, 79.
Is Larry Corey still coming to you? What day is it? Every day?
No. No, he was there before I was.
He lived next to me.
They don't tell you.
He was there 61, 62.
He was married. He had 3 little kids. He lived right next to me in Tanglewood East. I know I talked to him a while back. He told me
You thought you were God's gift. Well, we lived in a small town.
And I've heard the same
She lived in Tinley Park, and it was 1,000. When I moved out of Chicago, it was 3,000. We still knew everybody. They had a teen club, which was great. I mean, the VFW was every Thursday, they opened it up to the teens, and they played all our music, and they opened up the bar, the Cokes, everything, and they had chaperones, you know. So the kids were allowed to jitterbug and dance. They were just wonderful. Everybody knew who you were. You never got arrested. They took you home to your parents.
I don't think they really tell you. And I'm glad. I was
I know he plays a couple times.
It wasn't easy.
It was outside.
Clear.
That was pretty good.
We had 10 days. 10 days, we got 7 extra.
Oh, we would
Well, when
stop.
you're dancing and you're dangerously, we don't play that song.
Going to Austin.
Teach me tonight. We don't play that song.
Absolutely. It's very, they say it's curable, but it's very.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, it's curable beyond 5 years.
World I have absolutely no understanding
It's not a,
of.
it's not as opposed to something. I think you're getting better.
Well, I wasn't Catholic in those days.
It was so funny. I mean, they try to shelter you from your normal feelings. There was the parish in Chicago is still there. Saints of Linus every Sunday until 10:30. They had a dance and started at 6. The nuns were there monitoring everything.
That was,
You know, and songs.
that's what her in the hospital.
No,
She had a heart attack.
they got
She had a broken heart surgery.
Didn't get a story because
First day we died.
I could, no. You're too close. One more year. You're not close. Oh.
She kept him every Friday for a year and a half. And then she went on Wednesday out. So I come home from the house. She'd go pick him up from work. And that was over that 2 years. Until they moved to Austin. Coming toward me. Because of her. She was his favorite. Now, it was another coming to me.
Like that first.
Trying to spend much time with him.
Very good. Buzzy is here. Buzzy. Buzzy's here.
He's criminal. Can't spend much time.
Whenever you guys want better, I think they're allowing 7 year olds. I can see if you allow 2 buckets.
change direction from that, just so you guys know. But it seems like it's. Yeah.
Right.
He must have been prevented. When the girl was he was
I couldn't believe it, they were out there, it was fall.
for 6 months. One baby never left the dick.
I go to school.
So Jane,
I think you probably, you guys
I like this.
would go to the hospital.
but I think what I'll do is.
And I went to read this.
Take this, you know, and I go, she jumped on like,
Maybe everything, I don't
you know, dive into each section of the.
6 months. We would go.
She was all ready to go. Oh, they were she was the driver that's around, they had a Jeep. Literally, Mary was one of the longest she take the girls someplace. And she just go across the field, halfway off the seat like that. She didn't care. Across the field. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's very. Depends on that.
Becky and I were married 47 years.
He loves sunburn.
I feel like I'm having another person or something. I don't have the. But I feel like I need this stuff.
Remember, we were married and we went to Mississippi and she couldn't have a drink.
I never raised my hand for anything, I just blurted it out. I feel like I went. Fourth grade. She was wonderful. And she said, if I had that I don't think like else. She said, so from now on,
I was 4 years older than that.
I was only bring you up here and smack you.
We ready to get started again?
She's in the restroom. She's in the restroom.
We're going to go ahead and get started again. We're now going to be on task 3 of the grief process, which is to adjust to an environment in which the deceased is missing. Page 39.
39?
So we'll open with prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. God of life, there are days when the burdens we carry chafe our shoulders and wear us down. When the road seems dreary and endless, the sky is gray and threatening, when our lives have no music in them, and our hearts are lonely, and our souls have lost their courage. Flood the path with light, we beseech thee, Lord. Turn our eyes to where the heavens are full of promise. We're on, as I said, adjusting to an environment in which the deceased is missing. And it is a new day. The loss of a loved one forever changes our world. It's a new place for us personally and socially, a place where the deceased is no longer present. Because an ending has occurred, new beginnings must and will take place. It is a new day, whether we look forward to it or not. Before we can move on, however, a period of transition will take place. When the first two tasks of grieving have been worked through, when we have accepted the reality of the loss and allowed ourselves to experience the pain of grief, then we must begin to adjust to an environment in which the deceased is missing. During this period of time, we need to examine closely what has been lost as well as what has been found. Some things have changed, others continue the same. There are experiences, roles, expectations, values, opportunities, and dreams to be given up. But there are new ones to be begun or taken up. In addition to the primary loss of our loved one, there are many secondary losses that follow as a result. We need to identify each of these and grieve each one. Appropriate ways of achieving closure on these secondary losses must be sought out. How long and how well we adjust to our new environment depends in large part on our relationship with the deceased and the various roles he or she played in our life. For example, they may have been your companion, the accountant, the gardener, the babysitter, the friend, tennis partner, car mechanic, cook, parent, bridge partner, many different roles. Many of us resent having to develop new skills or find new people to take on roles that were formerly performed by our loved one. But people who do not face up to the task of adjusting most probably will remain stuck in their grief. By not developing the skills and relationships we need to cope with new realities, we are working against ourselves and promoting our own helplessness. Ultimately, we need to redefine our life's goals. In a world we do not want and perhaps can never imagine, a world from which our loved one is absent. That's our new responsibility as survivors. So, y'all probably heard Lisa talk about the secondary losses. Earlier she mentioned them, that we were going to talk about them. So, some of the secondary losses that we might experience, a loss of a part of ourselves, a loss of our identity, a loss of a chosen lifestyle, loss of security. You can just see all the different losses that we've gone through. So some of the losses that I have experienced with when I lost Jimmy was that I was now single. I was no longer married. I mean, we could say we are married for life, but until you choose not to. But it's still when your loved one is gone, takes away a whole range of things that you're no longer part of. Like we were in marriage encounter. Well, I can't do marriage encounter if I'm single. So, that was a big adjustment for me. I had to find a new place for me to fit in. Most of my friends are married. It was really hard to learn to be single again, to be a single parent. I was mom and dad, and I wasn't a very good dad for my kids. It's like they missed him. I could not fill that role for them. Loss of security, which, we both worked together, so we both supported our household, but, when you cut your finances in half, it's really hard. You worry about how are you going to make it financially. Loss of the future for us because, there's been so much that has happened. All three of my children have gotten married without him there. My daughters did not have him to walk them down the aisle, which was very, very hard for them. The only grandchild he knew was Elena, my oldest, and she's going to be 14, which is how long he's been gone. So every time I have a new grandchild, I think about him. I say, I wish you were here. This is just such a happy day, and he would have been so happy to see all those new little grandbabies. We just had our first grandson last year, and so we had trips we wanted to go on. He died right after our 24th anniversary. So I started talking to him about going to Hawaii when we had our 25th anniversary, and because he loved the beach, any kind of beach that we could go to. So I wanted him to see. I had seen it when I was graduated from college, and so but that did not happen. And then, of course, another one with him was just the loss of humor, happiness, and joy. He could be a really funny guy, and he just always had a smile, always smiled. You can see on his
Yeah.
picture right there, his smile could light up a room, and he usually had a pretty positive attitude about things. And, just even if it wasn't really funny, he could make it a humorous situation. But just the joy, there's just kind of the joy had kind of got sucked out of me for a while. I mean, now I'm happy around my children. That's what keeps me going, my grandchildren. So. Or anybody want to share about what secondary losses that you feel like you are experiencing now?
I pretty much already said mine. It was the loss of the family structure. 4 out of the 7 of us gone. It's just not the same. And the same with the joy and humor and happiness. For I don't know how many years I was just mad at the world because my only brother was gone. But
I think I miss companionship. That's, although, I get companionship from my kids, and my son Chuck has the same kind of sense of humor as his mother. He's got a rapier wit, and he'll reach out and harpoon me every now and then, and it brings me back to his mother when I read. One thing, that closeness, and especially as you get older, like we were. Mary Lou died when she was just a little over 80, and I'm 82 now, soon to be 83. But it just companionship, the talking, the remembering things that you two did together. Talking about that, maybe reliving something that was really humorous, or remembering a bump in life that you got through together.
Yeah, that's a loss of your past, because you no longer have you two shared a common past, and no one else has it.
Yeah.
So now, unless you choose to tell the stories about it.
Well, and that's why I'm going back to our hometown on Monday for 2 weeks. I'm going to go back and see people that are still alive that we shared growing up with.
I was going to say something about my husband. He was a guy that everybody wanted to be around. He was always telling stories, and if he was telling one, it usually lasted a long time. But anyway, what I enjoyed, and I'm very lucky that I had this, is because a lot of times I would see people that would come into the restaurant, and they would tell me stories about him that I didn't even know. I mean, when he was playing golf before, he had these tees made with country catfish on them. And so when he would be going to play golf, every time he would tee up his ball, he wouldn't pick up that tee. He would just leave it there. So people would come behind him. They said, "Oh, well, Vernon's playing today," because they would see his tee. So that there's people all the time talking about him and telling stories about him, and that really brings good memories for me, because it helped me heal.
I remember his generosity. That's what I remember, because I was always going up to him for the nights, and saying, can you do something? We're going to have a raffle or something like that. He'd always, say, well, X number of meals here, don't tell them to come on up here, Always ready to help you out.
Yeah.
I remember that.
And Buster kind of followed that same.
Yes, same thing.
It's kind of hard for me, because I'm not there enough to get all these phone calls like we used to get, and now I'm getting them at my house from St. Joseph's in Stoneham or St. Mary's in Plantersville.
Yeah.
But it's that's where he went to church, he and his family, and so it was but I'm always, try to give as much as I can, because if I get the word, I will take care of it.
That's still a great place to go. It's a great family place, nice atmosphere.
Okay.
The barbecue place still open?
Yes, that one's open too.
So that was healing for me.
One of the things that I felt was loss of identity. For 7 years, my mom was sick. I spent a lot of my goal was to work hard enough and help her in any way I can, even though I was far away. I lived in Houston, she lived in the Valley. And she had passed. It's difficult for me to really understand what else my purpose was. It took me a while to really find myself again, because 7 years I spent just trying to help her. Mostly everything I did in my life was to make her proud. Graduated college, job up here, anything that I could do to try to help her, make it easier for her to live her life. I do my best. So that was one of the hardest things for me, was being able to refine myself and continue living and figuring out what my next goal was or my next course of action.
Yes, one of these that was listed here is loss of future. You don't really lose the future, but you had, plans that you'd made. This, after my husband and I retired, we liked to travel. We had plans to travel to different places, and so that future's not there anymore. I mean, it doesn't mean that it can't be done in a different way, but it's not going to be the same. And so, I have to give up that plan for that future, and then figure out, now what do I do? What do I do now? Who do I do things with? It is, as you said, it's very different when you're one of a couple, a partnership, that you have in any marriage that lasts for a while. You divide up roles within your marriage about who does what. So in our household, Brian took care of the outside of the house and, stuff that broke and things like that. I took care of the inside of the house. I made sure, we had somebody to keep it clean. I'd plan the meals and stuff like that. He was our vacation planner. I would contribute and do things, but he would kind of do all the work about that. So after he died, this has been one of those years where a lot of things have happened. We had a major sewer repair in our house. We had, the recent freeze. We had all these things that he would have normally taken care of. And I'm like, okay, now I got to do this. I was like, okay, Brian, what about this? Or vacations we had planned for this year that had to be canceled. And then normally he handled the vacations and the planning and stuff, but he'd made all those arrangements. So when they were canceled, I had to go and contact find the stuff that he had. Fortunately, he was pretty organized about that, and contact all the people, try to figure out, can we get our money back for certain things, because, my husband died. It's not like we just, plus COVID happened, things got canceled, but working through all of that stuff was things that he would have done, and so I would have my discussions with him, or I'd write letters to him, okay, guess what happened today, this broke and we had to fix it, but, getting used to doing those things and figuring out how to do them has been, it's been something to keep me busy, but it's been a challenge.
My biggest stumbling block has been ironing.
Don't do it. Permanent press.
Take it to the cleaner.
It's getting back to how I was raised. My mom said, if you want your shirt any different, iron it yourself. So I learned to iron, I learned to sew, but I haven't done it since I got married. And now trying to iron a shirt again is a real challenge.
The dry cleaners do that,
But I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing the washing and the folding.
The steamer's easier to use. So much
much easier. I don't know how to iron, but I can steam my clothes and put it up.
Yeah.
Pretty
steaming
crisp.
everything, yeah, it's easier.
Actually, that's something that Brian did in our family, because I refused to iron things. I would buy permanent press. I said, if you want a shirt iron, you can take it to the cleaners, or you can iron it. Not my thing.
Yep.
I've got some big shoes to fill. I got Becky, of course, my loss of Becky, but Sacred Heart, Conroe. There's 4 girls up there that think that she's her mama. But they're, I mean, she worked with Sabady and Lourdes and Daniela and Francine. And those girls had such faith. When we was, when Becky was in the hospital, they wanted to come to the hospice hospital and do a rosary in the parking lot. And it's just things that they told me, that the faith that those girls have is amazing. And one thing I want to live to do is carry on Becky's name at Sacred Heart. And got some big shoes to fill.
Talk to Father about that. Father Philip, Father Mark, they can help you.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
And those girls are carrying her name on too.
Yeah.
Just remember that.
There's another name that y'all probably don't know. Her name is Laura. Laura. And she wanted to homeschool her kids. God sent this lady to us, because this lady a few years ago was doing homeschool and then so Becky took advantage of. So then there was 2 families. Then there was 50 families doing homeschool CCE, and now this lady is directing all of CCE for the whole parish. She called Becky when Becky was sick and said, Becky, I want to do this for you. So, and I think today this lady is doing the homeschool of all of our kids, kindergarten through 8th grade. And probably not many people know that, but God
CCD.
God brought that lady to Becky. I know it.
Has anyone felt like they had a loss of health throughout it all, like your health has just suffered, and whether?
I broke my shoulder.
Yeah, you broke. Well, you know, I developed diabetes after Jimmy died, and he would say, you know, when I start feeling better, when you get me taken care of, then you need to take better care of yourself, because, you know, that's one thing too, you know, during those months of, you know, treatment, going back and forth to Indiana, you just eat when you can. And I mean, you eat what you can, and it's usually not always the best. So, you know, that's something that you really have to work at, staying healthy, is eating right and keeping a healthy lifestyle if you can, just to keep yourself in the best, you know, fitness that you can.
Getting enough rest
Yes.
is very important. And a lot of times that insomnia will take over. That hamster wheel gets to going, and you get all these memories coming up, or, you know, things you wish could have been different.
I had started smoking a lot more cigarettes, and started not caring for my body, and
miss Jimmy's cooking. I think he was a better cook than me now that I don't have kids at home. You know, and he used to cook mostly, because I worked nights, and he would always spoil me. Like, I would wake up from, you know, getting ready to go to work, he'd greet me with a cup of coffee and bring me a piece of cinnamon toast, and, you know, he was just awesome, you know, good guy that he was. And then he would always have dinner ready before I went to work, and, you know, we would take turns cooking, but, you know, I don't really like what I cook anymore, so it's frozen dinners, lean cuisine, and, you know, things like that.
It's just not fun to cook by yourself.
It's not
anymore.
fun, and then I still, even though my kids have been gone from home for a while, I find that I can't cook just for me, you know? So I end up throwing food away because I've cooked too much.
On that note,
Better
yes,
than eating it.
a lot of y'all probably are just cooking for one now, and it's not fun,
It ain't
just
fun.
cooking for one. So I know Linda and I did grief support. I think we brought it here in 2012
Yeah.
or so. And she did the Catholic version, Harvesting Our Tears, and I did the Christian International version, Grief Share. And then I was like, okay, these people just need fellowship. You know, they're cooking for one, and so we started what I called food, fun, and fellowship. I would pick a theme, and I said, okay, I got the main dish, y'all bring a side dish, and we're just going to, you know, eat together, because that's what a lot of people just wanted to be able, not so much to just grieve and talk about your, you know, grief. Sometimes you just wanted just to have that fellowship among people that knew how you were already feeling. So I encourage y'all to exchange phone numbers, you know, get together, cook a meal, and share with each other. Do something that will help you move forward on this journey. Y'all like playing card games? Get together, play games, do something to help
Do
with
karaoke.
the fellowship.
We do that karaoke. Yeah.
Still
Getting
have
out.
8 weeks of unpaid
Getting
leaves,
out in England.
8 weeks?
or paid leave. I still have 8 weeks left
Oh, wow.
before I have to go back to work.
So we have cooks over here.
There you go.
We got cooks over here, y'all got card game, karaoke here.
We're gonna take some time and answer these questions on page 40 to 41. If y'all would like. roles, finding someone to fill those roles that are, I think, the hardest for some people. Like Andrew said, he has big shoes to fill. A lot of us do have different shoes or maybe bigger shoes to fill.
I think for me, going to sleep and waking up with her, that's the most difficult. That's the toughest role. The only way I get through it is say goodnight to her every night, out loud, and say good morning to her every morning, out loud.
You try to wake her up.
Yep. Yep. Once in a while I hear back in my mind.
I think sometimes in the beginning, there are a lot of decisions that you do have to make, especially if you're, well, for anyone, you know, you have financial decisions to make. You have to know what policies to cash in, visit the bank, and, you know, find out how much retirement there is. There's Social Security. There's so many decisions like that to make. You know, one of the hardest things for me was taking him off of my checking account, and, you know, getting credit cards that were in his name canceled, and, you know, and it still bothers me. I still get some mail that's to Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy Galanos sometimes, and I try to let them know that, you know, but it's hard though. It's really hard to all of a sudden, you know, cancel their cards, because you think, it took me a long time just to take his phone number out of my cell phone. I think my son still has his number in his phone. I think one of them called it accidentally one time and someone else answered, so that's when you know that he has been replaced. You know, the phone company has changed, so it's time for you as well. But that's hard writing them out, and I had to find people to do the honeydews. There was a man in the night,
Mickey Price.
Price started a group in the, for the Knights to help widows of Knights. And he would come in and do
That's who they're
honeydews.
talking about, is Bonnie's husband. She's the other amigo.
I remember going to the bank, and they said, you don't have to take them in. So it's still on. I'm not gonna take it off. There's no need to.
No, I had my insurance dropped, they were telling my insurance dropped, I got switched, I got bank accounts switched off, it was insane. It was insane, the roller coaster of getting things done, and just, my husband worked for the company for 38 years, and I just thought they would take so much better care of us. They don't. They don't have a heart. I always knew the company didn't have a heart, but it showed me in ACEs. But no, a month after my husband had died, I thought I had a sinus infection when I went to the doctor, and they said, well, you don't have any insurance. What do you mean I don't have any insurance? I had insurance, it just switched. The Houston company thought that the Mozambique company was taking care of me, and the Mozambique company thought the Houston was, so nobody was taking care of me. But just, you know, you just feel so lost and neglected and abandoned. Yeah.
Mine had a big pension with his company, and I didn't know that he was taking the higher pension. He thought he'd live forever, so immediately it stopped, like Social Security immediately when he passed. I contacted him, why did the pension stop? But he took the higher one, and then he passed away early, so it stopped immediately. Okay, not prepared for this stuff.
Well, I had a hard time figuring out what to do with the $255 that the government gave for Barry.
I'm still waiting.
It's been a year.
It's
and you haven't
pathetic.
I haven't got it yet.
1935 it was established.
I
It's
know.
never risen since.
I know. No, there's a whole issue.
They're giving out all the extra money to
Well, I didn't get my I'm going to address that one of these days, but, you know, another one of those things that sticks at you.
Well, I would, you know, it's post right now, but anyone that you know, make sure that they get into a will, like Andrew was saying earlier, for whatever reason they did it last year. Mary Lou and I, we've got to an outfit called Legacy, and we did that last March. And took care of everything, so that when she passed away, it was just slided over, and there was absolutely no problem. The biggest problem I had was literally trying to get, she had a penny policy when she was born. It was $11.56 a year, and her mother religiously paid that up until Mary Lou was 65 and her mom was still with us. And that policy was worth $5,346. It was unbelievable. But getting that's the one thing that little penny policy we never paid attention to. And now I had to do all this rigmarole, send them a copy of the death certificate and all this other. When did she die? This is ridiculous. But it was kind of humorous to me because everything went so smoothly except for that little patch. But have something in writing.
Yeah.
For sure. And you're not too young.
My mom passed away without a will, so there's a lot
Oh, you know
That's
what?
hard.
figuring out
Well,
policies and stuff. You guys mentioned something about Social Security. She worked her whole life.
Yeah.
She became disabled. She could no longer work. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with Social Security. I actually don't know. I just know about like the house mortgage that she had. She had like an insurance policy for a loan, which saved her car. And I was able to get the car. It was under my name, so that was a blessing for me.
Yeah.
The home, like she had life insurance that we didn't know about till a letter came in the mail, and my brother, it was to my brother's name. So that ended up helping us out. And I mean, till this day, we don't know if we handled everything. I handled what was important. You know, we actually got sued for a tax lien. My mom had gotten a loan to help pay the taxes, and it was worth like $3,000, and they ended up suing us trying to take our home away. So we ended up selling the home so we can pay for that and pay for any other expenses that we had that were incurred because of her death. That was very hard for me to sell her home. I actually never wanted to sell it, but I couldn't continue maintaining it and maintaining my life here in Houston. So very difficult.
hard lesson.
You guys have any advice about
Checklists,
Social Security
checklists
or
are your
anything?
friends. You can probably look for a checklist, even online, for things to do when someone passes away. I have one that was a USAA checklist in a pamphlet form that I used for my father's death. And I went through and, you know, even though I'd done some stuff before and we had a will and were pretty well organized, there's things that you forget. So get something like that, you can find them probably, and then look and see, okay, did I do that, did I do that? Like one of the things was informing credit bureaus that the person has passed, so that somebody doesn't try to, you know, use their
I still
name
get
to,
calls for her
yeah,
saying that I have legal matters to handle. I'm like, she's dead.
yeah.
They hang up and they don't bother me again.
Right, and people will, I mean, unfortunately, there's unscrupulous people out there that will do stuff because when someone passes, usually it's reported somewhere, you know, in legal records, and people will call for, you know, random things. But almost any time if somebody calls you on the phone and asks for money, just hang up on them, because if it's really legal, you will get a letter or something.
Something
Yeah,
more
don't-
official.
Yeah, I mean, and you may still have to deal with stuff, but on the phone, just hang up, because if you don't, you can wind up starting to do stuff that's weird. I did that, and I almost did. There was somebody I was called, and I can't even now remember what it was. Oh, they were saying, you know, your husband didn't take care of this or something like this, and you need to pay some money right now, and it needs to be, and I went as far and got cash out of the bank when I thought about it. It was always the Entergy. They claimed to be Entergy. They said that, you know, I had to change from his account to my account for our house, and they said that you have this big debt, and we're gonna cut off your power in 40 minutes if you don't do something.
Oh my God.
This is what, on the phone, and it was like a phone tree, and it sounded realistic. And, I mean, I should have known better. Entergy is a reputable company. If there had been a deal, they give you plenty of time to pay your bill if you need to. But I'd gotten so far as I'd gone and tried to get cash, and I was almost at the point where I was gonna give it to, you know, whatever thing they said you needed to send it to, where I thought, this does not sound right. In fact, I almost tried to do it in the Kroger, where it said, oh, we don't do that, you know, we don't have anything like that. And so I called the actual Entergy, and they said, no, your account's fine, we don't have any problems with it. But, you know, you think about stuff, and I remember I had to switch from one company to the other, and there was an issue with it, and, you know, I thought it could have been a problem because of other things that had been going on, but people ask for money, just hang up on them. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to, but if, especially cash, you know, just, it's most likely a scam. And if it's not a scam, someone will eventually write you an actual letter.
When they read the obituaries or something like that, and then they prey on people.
Oh,
who
yeah,
are
I mean, it's terrible that people do that, but they do. And even though you think, you know, I'm smart, I'm not gonna fall for that, you get emotional about stuff, you know. We're gonna cut off your power in 40 minutes. Oh.
They don't deliver ultimatums like that.
Yeah.
I know that the will thing is really important.
Yeah, it's important to have a will.
We did not have a will when, you know, we started to write one, and then you just get busy with everything, live treatments and everything. And so, you know, but I thought it would be okay, because I'm still here, so I could say whatever. But it's, when I went to sell my house, which was 7 years after he died, we ran into a little bit of trouble, even though it's you know, because technically selling the house, my kids could have gotten part of it, but so we had to go and have a notarized letter, and 2 people that we knew signed a letter saying we were married X number of years and our kids are such and such. And my kids all had to sign a letter saying that they would not contest anything with the house, because, you know, it's mine and his house, so that, you know, so it all worked out in the end. But I was lucky that my kids didn't want to be turds about it, or not turds, but, you know, they could have.
Yeah, one of the things that we had was, I guess it was good and bad, that my dad Brian was the executor for his father's estate. And his father had a lot of weird stuff in his estate that Brian was still trying to take care of. Actually, when he died, he got most of it taken care of, but when he saw that, you know, we said, we're going to a lawyer, we're gonna simplify as much as we can, because when you have stuff like his dad had all kinds of insurance policies that, you know, he'd been paying into for things that he was never going to collect on, and he had stocks and bonds and all kinds of weird companies. And so now, like, one of the things that I'm needing to do is that Brian was the executor for his father's estate, and his brother will be, it said would be the executor if Brian passed on, but you have to actually, that's a legal proceeding, which is cost expensive. So we had to figure out if what was left of his dad's estate was actually worth going through that. And it looks like it probably will be, but trying to find that information is like digging for, you know, esoteric stuff, so.
And men like to hide things.
Well, yeah, my advice would be simplify, get a will, simplify things, and then have a checklist. Because you're gonna forget something, because it's impossible, it's almost impossible not to. And you're emotional as it is, so if you have something you can check off, it's like, okay, did that.
That's one thing you have to realize too, when you're the one that's left, now you do learn. You have your will. I mean, I've written 2 wills since Jimmy died. Because one I had when my daughter was 12, and I had to make sure somebody would take care of her if something happened to me. And then after she, you know, grew up, then I had to write another one. So, and I'm trying to make sure I have everything in order, you know, my finances, and you know, and I'm gonna start paying my my funeral. I want them to know. I mean, they hate me when I say that. They said, Mom, why are you talking about playing your funeral? I'm like, because he's here, because, you know, I think I did well by him. I think I knew.
Place, a living will as well.
Power of
And
attorney.
the best thing you can do for your children is to already have prearranged funeral arrangements. It will help the family so much to already have that taken care of because it's very emotional and it's just best to have everything in writing. Let them know where to find things, what your passwords are, what your accounts are, and so forth. Get all that taken care of. All you can. It really does help the children out. We're trying to make it as easy as we can for our only living son, Patrick, now. So we already have prearranged. We had wills when the boys were like 2 and 4. And we too also had to change them after Alex died, everything. You know, we changed our will. But, yeah, think about these things, and it's very hard because you're grieving and you're exhausted already, but these matters need to be taken care of, you know, and it's really hard to tackle these matters when, especially if it was your spouse who took care of all of this stuff. But it has to be done. Social Security, I'm sorry, do what she said. You'll get it in a letter. Anything official will come in a letter.
But you can check things online. You can usually check things online for stuff like that and
Yeah,
When you-
online
when you
or
start,
by phone call.
without somebody
So
cold
you're
calling.
but if somebody calls you, you have to trust online.
I think there are survivor benefits. I was gonna say, there are survivor benefits, but that usually only goes to like the spouse or like children under 18. Because I had Social Security, for my younger daughter till she turned 18, but I don't know if it goes to older children.
That's fine, I wanna make sure that I handle everything that I have to handle.
The little, you know, $20 burial expense that you get, that everyone gets.
Probably not, but maybe like you said, a burial.
I was gonna say, just please, if you do all these things, it's wonderful, but tell somebody what you're doing.
Yeah, I had them when my sons were like
Because
2
when
and
my
4,
brother
so if
died,
I had
my
children who had
parents
wills,
bought 3
anything
plots
happened,
for themselves and
was gonna be
him.
raising
And
them.
then, I guess when my dad died, my mom paid
Prearranged funeral
for all that and apparently paid for herself too, like you're saying. We didn't
But you
know
didn't
that.
know.
My daddy took care of
And
that,
so, when Mom died 5 years ago,
all we had to do
my
was
2
pick up
sisters and
my
I
mom's
were
dress.
there and she wrote him a check and about 3 or 4 days later, she got a check back in the
Said
mail.
it's already
from
paid for.
From the funeral home and said, your mom had already paid for this. And thank goodness, the next day I had gone to the safe deposit box to clean it out and there was the papers where she had paid. And if I had seen that first, before the funeral home came clean, we'd have thought they were trying to cheat us. But they found it first, thank God. So it all worked out, but tell somebody, don't just put stuff in papers and, you know.
Well, I've told my
Somebody
kids
knows.
and grandkids that I'm leaving all the stuff in the attics, and I'm not gonna sort out any of the pictures. That's my punishment for them when I go.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's funny you say that. My mother went 20 years ago, close friends actually that were here, went to this parish, they moved away. Her friend passed away and she went to help her husband, surviving husband, take care of the things. And she came back and she said, you know, Douglas, one thing I learned, I'll never put you through that, where we spend all these days and days going through possessions. Unfortunately, she did, because it's taken about a year and a half. Both my parents, in 91, 86, they were closet hoarders in both senses of the word. You couldn't tell when you walked in the house, but behind closets, everything they had accumulated since the very beginning of time was in there. And some of it was valuable and some wasn't, but it was not an easy process to go for. So I say this for surviving children. If there's one thing you want to make it easier on them, and I say this sincerely,
I want to make it easier.
you know, you go through some of the things you don't need, get rid of it, because it's just, it doesn't add to the, it doesn't help the process.
Yeah, well, so much of it's theirs.
Some of it's junk too. Some of it's
I mean, like, you
material, some of
can't
it's
hold all
junk.
the cards, every card they've ever gotten.
Oh, my mother was
Birthday
absurd,
card,
every
I have
check
all
that she
those.
ever wrote.
I have all those. I
I
have a
have
closet
those.
full of cards and letters. My mother wrote me letters like
Spending all that out for
All,
myself.
every one of them.
Yeah.
Go through any of
Well, the
it.
letters are
That's
great.
by myself,
That's great.
I read a few of them the other day.
He'll be by himself, so that's
His
pretty.
So I'm throwing out
I've
those
got letters I wrote
little
Mary
things
Lou
like
and
a
she wrote me
hand,
that
there's
I'll never
something
get rid of.
sentimental.
And I'm not speaking about sentimental things, I'm just saying tools that have no business being around 30, 40, 50 years later
In the
in a
attic.
garage in an attic.
Well, but it's also, I mean.
It is too soon probably for a
No,
lot of people.
no, but you gotta realize I grew up having nothing.
For sure.
And I know as my daughter said, I'm not ever gonna keep all the stuff that you have. And I said, yeah, cause you weren't a poor kid like I was,
That's
you know.
right.
Cause you do, you just, your view is different.
No, that's absolutely right.
And I know with my mom, but there's 8 kids, so she started giving away the stuff, you know, early on, while she was still in good health. She goes, here, I want you to have this, because she had seen families broken up over material stuff.
Yeah, that's
She saw her, and so she didn't want any strife or anything, here, take it. And,
My
it's a good
granddaughters
way
had
to
their
do it.
names on stuff in my house. Literally.
Yeah, that's
Mary
what
Lou
we
said,
do.
put your name on it, put your name on it. It's on the chairs, it's on china, it's on this and that, you know. No arguments, that's what you get.
Yeah, mine was bad about when we moved, 2 years after he passed, I moved up here. And we were moving furniture and stacking it over here. And there was this big bucket underneath his chest drawers. Gambling money, he had $600 in this gambling, dish underneath.
Mine
2 years afterwards, I had no idea that and I had given away all of his clothes without checking any of the pockets to a neighbor that was about his size. I gave all of his suits and everything to him. It could have been money in the pockets. I didn't know he did that. Okay. Thank you, it kind of makes you laugh.
That's a great story.
You know, you remember these things, but hiding your money.
Well, the hiding of the money, it's just a good story. Mary Lou's Uncle Pat was from Ireland. He learned how to live very frugally. He was not poor by any stretch of the imagination, but he would rat hole money, coins, dollar bills. We had to go through cans, we had to go through jars, we had to go through envelopes to make sure that he didn't leave something in them. Because and it was surprising how much we found, literally into the thousands of dollars. And Mary Lou's mama, who lived to be 96, she married my uncle after her husband had died. Mary Lou's dad died at 48, so about 15 years later, she married my uncle, who was a bachelor, never got married. And he'd always say, Mert, you need a few dollars? Sure, she could always use a few dollars. Well, when she passed away, and he passed away, and we had to take her home with us, we went through everything. We just happened to look in the freezer to defrost it. $2,200 of $20 bills.
Cold cash.
Cold cash. Cold cash. $20 bills, I mean, just.
Because of the house burned down,
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah, just those wonderful anecdotal stories about how people were and how they grew up, like we were saying earlier. Just different times, so they
Yeah.
demanded different thinking.
Yeah,
The rainy day,
and didn't trust the banks either.
the rainy day fund like we once had in Texas.
Laughter is good about these things sometimes, after the fact.
Move on to our next. Okay, yeah. Well, we're going from survival to growth now. We're still under, adjusting to an environment in which the deceased is missing.
Page
47.
48, yeah, 47, but 48 is where I'm.
Okay.
Um, surviving the death of a loved one is not enough for ourselves, for our friends and relatives, or even for our deceased loved one who certainly would want us to be happy. And it is not enough for God, who wants us to continue to live. In order to move from survival to growth, however, we must first survive. That means that we have to accept the reality of tomorrow will come if we can just move through today. In the early stages of grief, we must be gentle with ourselves. We should stick to a simple schedule, especially on Sundays, holidays, and anniversaries. Avoid big decisions, cry and be comforted, seek and accept the support of others, and realize that we are not alone in our grief. We shouldn't be afraid to cherish keepsakes of our loved one if they help us mourn. So all those cards and everything that we talked about, all of my marriage encounter dialogue books that I haven't looked at, but they're there. I can read them when I'm ready. In his handwriting, love letters. Growth will begin to happen as we begin to adjust to an environment in which the deceased is missing. We start by looking for the good in ourselves. We meet new people and reconnect with old friends. We begin new and rekindle old interests. We look for groups or things that help us move towards self-knowledge and self-improvement. We regain our sense of appreciation for life. We try to be creative, enjoy our freedom to choose, and choose to be happy. We start new traditions. We even begin to do things for others, maybe even someone that you know that's just lost a loved one themselves. Will we ever get over completely the loss of our loved one? No, thank God. Will our world ever be exactly the same without them? No, obviously not. But can we continue on with our lives without feeling guilty or being overwhelmed by sadness? Yes, we can, with God's help. Somehow, despite all the pain and sorrow that we've gone through over the death of a loved one, we find that there remains within us a semblance of hope. There has to be, or we could not go on. Were it not for hope, the heart would break, says the proverb. Is there any hope left in us? Yes, there is. It may be small, fragile, hidden, but let us continuously, unrelentlessly, unreasonably cherish our desire not only to survive the loss of our loved one, not even to heal from it, but to grow because of it. Let's just take a few minutes and answer these questions that are right here. Page 49.
No, I have, I truly have to. Being an Iowa farmer's daughter, I would have never expected.
Would anybody like to share any of their answers to these questions? Is there a plan or project that you think your loved one might have wanted you to undertake? Maybe were y'all planning home repairs, or I don't know, something? Sometimes that's hard to like continue with something like that.
And we lived in Singapore. I'm not sure, I just had a thought about something, but it's a great place. I wasn't able to develop, the relationship that I wanted to when Troy passed away. And, part of that was, I wanted to get him back to his faith. I wanted to come back to church. And that didn't develop because he had a second stroke, and it just didn't happen. But this question here about what he might be like, and I think it was in Troy's heart. He wanted to come back, but it just didn't come to pass. And I think now that I want to help Christopher to come back to his faith. And this truly encourages me to pray much harder, because I don't want to push or pull Christopher, but I want to be the instrument that truly encourages him to make it, to come to his church. And right now, I guess the strongest thing that I do now is pray. And when I visit, I don't continue to carry on or to, I don't want to push him away. I want to encourage him in every way that I can, and can learn to encourage him to come back to his faith. And I want that more than ever for him, being so for Troy. And that but I've really have truly enjoyed listening to everyone's input, and like Buzz says, our memories and our prayers, and we have a beautiful faith in the Catholic faith, and so much to draw from, and our church history, our saints. We have just so much more in our faith, I think, than most faiths. And that's where our strength comes from. And I appreciate being here today.
Who's that about?
It's a sad thing. I mean, we see a lot of our children kind of going away from the faith, and our grandchildren. I think that's all we have is to pray.
Personal, go back.
Do you read the rosary? Do you pray the rosary?
Oh, yes.
It works. My mom, for the longest, was telling me to pray the rosary, and I went through a period where I didn't believe in the rosary. I was like, no, if I want to talk to God, I'm going to pray to Him directly, because that is also the strength we have. And until he got into the hospital, and he was in a life and death situation, I heard that again. Oh boy, did I. And look at him here now. My mom has also told me she has never seen me pray for me through the rosary. Man, we've both gone a second a week. You know, we're here to serve our God, and we're not gonna take out the other routes that we were in. You know, so praying the rosary does work, I promise you. It really does. Sometimes it keeps the people we're praying for safe. You know, prayers can catch them in a car accident or a work accident. It works. And we're here all the way. It just takes time.
I think your prayerful life will do an awful lot for bringing your son around. It's, you know, it's an amazing thing. We talk about our Catholic faith, but I think faith in Jesus Christ is the most important thing of all. Another person here was mentioning about their husband being a Methodist. Well, my mother was a Methodist. We called her the Howling Methodist because she sang in the choir. And towards the end of my father's life, and he didn't know it was coming, but he used to talk with her all the time about converting to Catholicism. And she said, no, absolutely not. I'm not converting to Catholicism. She was a better Catholic than all of us as far as observing Catholicity. But he tried so hard to get her to convert to Catholicism, and she just kept saying no. Well, my dad passed away suddenly. You know, he had a brainstem stroke, and he was down in a second. He never even got to hear, you know, give a gasp. She said he was gone just then, that fast. And so my mother lived to be 90, and her minister came, a woman, Methodist minister, came and talked about her in church, how faithful she was of going to church all the time. And then I got a chance to give a little eulogy for my mother. And one of the key points that I gave to that eulogy, gave to my mom, was, well, Dad, you've been waiting outside of heaven for 20 years. Now Mom is going to open the gate for you, and you can walk in with her. Because she was a woman of faith. And that's the key. That's the key. I had an old priest here who was one of the original well, he was the original pastor for Sacred Heart Church. He was 80 years old. They had the confessions here during Easter, and he was one of the many priests that were there hearing confessions. And my wife went up. She said her confession. I went up, and he said to me, was that your wife just before you? Because you're talking about the same things. He said, she started out with saying, I don't know what to tell you, Father, but this and this and this, you know, and truly an inward look at herself. You know, maybe I was angry, maybe I shouldn't have been so short-sighted with my husband or vice versa. I was saying basically the same things, only in reverse. And he said, there's only one thing you have to believe in. Not me, not the guy on the altar, the guy on the cross. You believe in Jesus Christ, and that's the key. So that's part of our Catholic faith. It's more restrictive, it's harder than many of them are. Confession is a tough thing to do. We do it out of humility. Can't do enough of it. But you'll get it back. You'll get it back. Just have faith that you'll get it back, and it'll happen. If not verbally, it'll be emotionally and mentally in this heart. It'll happen.
That you said, Cindy, that Brian was what kind of a Catholic?
Brian was baptized Methodist, and he did decide that he wanted to become Catholic right before he died.
And you said he was some kind of Catholic. You said
He was a practicing non-Catholic, because
Yeah.
he went to church more often than most Catholics do. because he was sang in the choir and he went with me. He did not receive communion. He sat there, you know, during communion.
My brother-in-law was just like that. Almost the same thing happened with him because they raised their kids Catholic, and he never became. I think he was Methodist. And when he died 2 years ago on what's the the day after? It's the first Sunday in June. What holy day is that?
June?
First day in June. Is that a sorry question?
I don't know.
Anyway, it was some holy day, but anyway, while he was sick, he wanted to come into the church. My sister wanted him to have last rites, and so he agreed, and they came and they did it all. Like, he had already been baptized. He had his reconciliation, confirmation, communion, and I mean, it was the most,
And final sacrament.
that was like, in the last rites. You could feel the spirit in that room, and you know that's kind of like, I guess, and he died. I think he probably lived another 3 weeks, but that was something that you just, to experience that was just amazing.
Yeah.
He was a lost sheep. He was the lost sheep that
Came in.
God got him back.
I fall into that same
So I-
category.
Yeah, I have two sons. You know, they were both baptized as Catholics and both received First Communion. My older son is not practicing any religion at this point. I'd say he's agnostic. He believes in God, but not in established religion. When he was a teenager, he went through a very, very rough time in his teenage years, and that was the time when they were doing confirmation. And these are some things I didn't know at the time. I mean, they were doing the confirmation classes, and he was saying some of the kids that were in the confirmation classes were teasing him and bullying him, and that maybe the instructor didn't see it, but didn't stop it. But he said, you know, if these kids are saying they're wanting to be confirmed in the Catholic faith and they're doing these things, I don't want any part of it. I mean, my son is like the most honest person you've ever met, and he absolutely hates any kind of hypocrisy. That plus all the stuff he was going through, so I said, okay, well, I mean, confirmation is a personal decision. You can decide whether or not to do it. So he was not confirmed. And he eventually got over most of his other kind of problems he managed to get out of 8th grade, which I doubted he would. And he was failing science. He is a chemistry professor. So, I mean, it was not, you know, it was just a bunch of stuff was going on. And he got through all that. And he's very logical, very rational, you know, believes what he sees and stuff like that. So he has problems with established religion, but he's a very moral person, a very honest person. And, you know, I pray for him that he might get faith. I think it would be certainly helpful to him. It would help him through some rougher periods of his life. But I believe that God knows what's in people. And he can't say who's going to get to heaven or who's going to get to hell, regardless of what anybody says. You know, it's God makes that decision. And it's what's in those people's hearts. My other son is a practicing Catholic. I'm happy that he does that, and I'm grateful for his faith. And I pray and I hope that my older son develops a faith. But I think that, you know, God can do. You know, we can't put limits on what God can do. And so, you know, what we can do is we can pray for our children. We can try to give them a good example, and then leave the rest up to God, because that's all we can do. One of the things, I'm a member of Catholic Daughters, and they asked me to join the prayer chain for Catholic Daughters. So what happens with the prayer chain is that people have things to pray for, and then there's several different people that are called, and it's like they call, you know, they're on a list, and then one person calls another person, and then you say a Hail Mary over the people that you pray for. And I agreed to be on the prayer chain. But I didn't realize that most of the prayer chain calls are like at 7 o'clock at night, which is about the time we're eating dinner or just getting over dinner. And so my sons are going, oh, Mom, you know, why did you agree? I said, because it's important to pray for people. And I'm not going to, I kind of wish it was at a different time of day, but I'm not gonna, I'm gonna continue to do the prayer chain. So they see me, after dinner or when we're watching TV, I stop and I go and answer the phone and we write down the names of the people and what they want to be prayed for. And then I call the next person on the list, and I think, and that's a good thing to do. And they see that I'm doing that, even though it may not be something that's the most convenient thing to do. But I pray for them, and I try to set a good example, and then leave it up to God. I guess that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Well, if we make it to heaven, if we make it to heaven, we're gonna be very surprised who's there. And
Right,
who's not.
who's there and who's not.
If we
That's
make
good.
it.
So that speaks to like something that you're doing now that you enjoy. So, there's other things too that you can find out other things that you might do that you can join me. Use this as a small chance for a commercial. Resurrection Choir is always needing more voices, male voices. Buzz.
22 years in the choir until they started singing Spanish.
Resurrection Choir sings in English, and it's a great way to honor those that are dying and that are dead. I'm sorry, that have passed away in our parish. You can do it on your own time. He's got a great voice.
Oh, he has a beautiful voice.
And
Thank you.
And also I want to just take this opportunity because I don't know how it'll be towards the end, but if would anybody be interested in like continuing in a grief support group after this? We are planning to, because we're not going to finish this whole book, the last part, Journeying Toward a New Life. We thought we'd go ahead and we are setting up a meeting for next Thursday, 6 p.m. I know that might be hard for those coming from Houston, but it's and then we can decide from then how often, if anybody would like to meet more often. Because support groups, in the grieving process really is a big help, and I have a paper that I'm going to pass out at the end that'll speak to that. But Thursday next week we have the room reserved here.
What time?
6 p.m.
Good.
Andrew, I was just telling them, we were talking about, groups that we might enjoy. We're gonna have a follow-up support group meeting next Thursday at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna be at, Park County.
Okay. Well, we're gonna talk about, continuing on with some type of support group, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly.
Okay.
So we'll talk about that.
Put antifreeze in, you have your client.
What's on that?
Put antifreeze in your fridge once a while, yeah. I did not.
Joyce. Joyce. St. Monica prayed for St. Augustine for 40 years before he came back.
She's the one that really gives me that.
So there is hope.
Thank you.
And I read, I don't know, y'all might want to take this home and read it more closely than just skimming through it that we did today, but there was a part in the beginning that this lady was all upset about her husband had died, and so she was just angry that, she had been praying and praying that he would be healed, and he wasn't healed. And so he died, and as she was praying, she didn't realize that he could hear her. And so her husband was at peace and was comforted by her prayers, even though he never told her about it. So sometimes, even though we're praying and
Or the spirits calling around.
things aren't turning out kind of like we thought or hoped, they can still be helping in other ways. Yeah, in the beginning.
This book has some great prayers, and the stories in them kind of cover the task that Linda went through the day. So I remember reading somebody saying she'd been praying so long for her husband, to get over his illness, and she cried and was just screaming, and somebody wanted to comfort her, and they said, no, she's praying to God. You know, her crying and her screams are like a lament to God. That is a type of prayer in itself. And when I was hearing you, your desire of your heart that he will come back, you know, to church. I mean, like Linda said, so many of our children that we raise Catholic, you know, aren't practicing it like we would wish that they would be at Sunday Mass every Sunday, or at least doing Mass. I mean, during this pandemic, there's no reason a Catholic can't participate in Mass with YouTube, and you can catch a Mass all around the world at your convenience. So my prayers are with you. I'm praying my 30-year-old son as well.
Yeah, think of Job. Think of Job in the Old Testament. He had everything, and God said, the devil says, let me test him. And he took everything away. And he lamented and lamented and lamented. And finally God gave him back everything that had been taken away.
Lamenting is a form of
It is a prayer, strong prayer.
Yeah.
We're gonna go into task 4 now, to emotionally relocate the deceased and move on with life, which a lot of y'all are probably way off, quite a ways off from that. You know, especially those that have very recent law losses. But it's kind of a weird thing, but we'll kind of get into it a little bit, just because it's kind of, what is that anyway? But I'm just gonna read this prayer because it's really a beautiful prayer. Dear Lord, I know that to let go is not to welcome sorrow, but learn from it. To let go is not to deny, but to accept. To let go is not to stop caring, but to care in a different way. To let go is not to reject what was, but to make the most of what can be. To let go is not to isolate myself, but to realize I can make it on my own. To let go is not to push others away, but let them into my life. To let go is not to forget the past, but live in the presence and dream for the future. To let go is to fear less and love more. Dear Lord, help me to let go.
Can I interject before we go into the questions? Like Linda said, this is all still very new, what we call you're very raw in your grief. The wound is still agape. You got to put it in perspective as well. Buzz shared, you know, him and his wife were married 59 years.
2 months and 7 days.
Yes. That's a long time in a relationship. So you're not going to get through this in a year or 2. That's a long time with being somebody. Put it in perspective. My husband and I used to do a grief support together, and his favorite tool that he learned in the support was you have to go through this valley of tears, this shadow of death. You can't avoid it, you can't bypass it, you can't put it behind you, you can't work your way through it and just busy yourself and become a workaholic. You will go through this. And like Linda's favorite saying was, it's not if this happens to you, this is when it happens to you. Because we all will go through grief. Because we were all very blessed to have loved and have someone very precious as a gift to us to have loved. So do yourself a favor. Don't put it on the back burner. Don't work yourself and try to just put it behind you, because there is no way to get from this mourning to joy on this journey of grief. You have to go through that valley of tears. So start taking those steps, and like I shared with the ladies over there and Edgar and his wife, I did grief bad. Believe me, I was stuck in my grief. If I could have done grief, I did it badly. And I would just, didn't want to move. You have to get up and think of your loved ones as cheerleaders on the sidelines, cheering you on because they want you to live this life. They want you to have that joy, and I always make a very distinction. There's a big difference between happiness, that's an emotion. You feel it sometimes for a moment. Joy is constant. Joy, in my definition, is God takes care of every detail of my life. He will get me to where I need to be. I have joy again. I still cry, but I'm through that journey. And my hope was that light, which was Jesus Christ at the end of that journey, with my loved ones cheering me on to get through this valley of tears. So, in a nutshell, that is what this journey is to me. And we're praying for all of y'all. You will get there. You will get through this.
I love that analogy. Cheerleaders, sidelines. I love that.
You know, one of the things that you put me in mind of is, first of all, I never want to know what you and some others know, the loss of a child. That is absolutely something I never want to comprehend. I used to say that about people who lost a spouse, and now I know what that is. But everything that we have changes. I'll give you an example. Anger. If you share your anger, it diminishes. If you share your grief, it diminishes. If you share your grief, it diminishes. It lessens.
Share it. You share it.
If you share love, it grows. If you share joy, it multiplies. So those are the things that we've got to look forward to in life now. What you just said to all of us, I was thinking about the life that I had, and Mary Lou was always positive. So I don't want to go through this. I want to carry it with me for the rest of my life. I want to carry the opportunity that I had to be with her for the rest of my life. On the positive side, I'm not separated from her. There is no time in the continuum. There is no time with God. You'll get with your children, your whatever, we'll get with our loved ones. They'll say, where were you? I just came here yesterday, or I just came here, and you're here already. That's what it's going to be like if we're people of faith. There is, we quantify everything here. That's our faith. We have original sin. That's from Adam. Jesus and Mary know no sin, so they never knew the corruption of death. Neither one of them. They were perfect to begin with. We're not. We're imperfect. We're trying to constantly improve. We're trying to make sense out of things that happen. Most of the time it's things that we cause ourselves or caused by others. Whatever it is, but it's there. The thing that brings us through it all is faith in Jesus Christ. That's, again, the key. That's the key. And each other. Each other. Praying for each other. Everybody here, I will now carry forward when I say my prayers at night. Thanking God for the exchanges that we had. It'll give us all strength. We all have strengths, we all have weaknesses. So even in our private prayers, we can still pray for the strength that we may think we have that the others get. We make sure we get a little bit of strength from them for the weaknesses that we have. Maybe mine, maybe not coming to grips with back where I was in Hawaii. I feel like I'm there, but maybe I'm really not. So this is all part of the sharing mechanism here. That's what God put us here for. Here today, not just on earth, but here today, with sharing instructions.
Well, how do we go on? I don't know, I can't say too much after Lisa and Buzz, but I'll kind of go, just kind of, we'll talk about the emotional relocation. So if we are to succeed in working through the process of grief and moving on with our life, we have to find a way to find a new place in our lives or emotions for our lost loved one. We call this emotionally relocating the deceased. This does not mean that we forget the person. That is neither possible nor desirable. Rather, we need to find a special place to keep him or her alive in a real way. Relocating the deceased gives us the permission we need to live with our loss and continue to move through life in a healthy, love-filled way, knowing where the person is and where we can find him or her when we need or want to. This emotional relocation involves creating some cherishable memories of the person who is now physically gone but is still alive in spirit. We need to begin a remembering process by actively reviving and reviewing the stories of our relationship to our loved one, from beginning to end, including the good and the not so good. These memories can be thought, prayed about, written down, but they also need to be spoken aloud to others. The telling may be painful, but in the telling, the stories are transformed into images capable of becoming part of our very being. Only then can the bonds that attach us to the other person be loosened enough so that they do not hold us back from living our life productively. Once we have relocated our loved one firmly in our hearts, we can form a new relationship with him or her, one that will last forever, one that no other relationship can erase. We can begin to remember our beloved without the searing pain we once had. We can begin to realize that the deceased will not be loved less because we are capable of loving ourselves and others. Grieving is a long-term process. We can't set a definite date for its completion. Different people mourn at different rates and in different ways. Many say that we need to go through at least the seasons of a full year before grief can even begin to subside, and most people take 2 to 5 years before they feel they're beginning to complete the process. So some ways that I try to keep Jimmy's memory alive is, of course, talking about him. You know, even now, I still, you know, anyone that'll listen, I'll talk to them about him, but now it's kind of been more family. I talk to my kids, and you know, we talk about him all the time. I have a Jimmy table. Is when you walk into my house, it's like an altar that I kind of had set up when he died at the old house, and it's just traveled with me to my new house, and it has pictures of him and mementos that people gave me of when he died. My statue of St. Joseph. So my grandchildren, I'm keeping his memory alive with them, and they all think that they know who Poppy is. Like my granddaughter, who was 3 months when he died, she talks about him like, you know, like they had a really relationship. I mean, he did. He loved her. That was his little princess. When he was sick and in the hospital, he always would tell the doctors, when can I go home? I need to go home. My granddaughter's there. So, you know, so we keep, and even the ones that have come along after him feel like they know him because they see him in my house, his pictures, and you know, anytime I of course I see the nice, Buzz always tells me about Huggy Bear every time he sees me, so you know, that always makes me feel good, just knowing that, you know, that he is you know, that they remember him. They have I guess they still have the Jimmy Award.
Yep.
The Nice Jimmy Galanis Award, the Nice for a night who, what is the award?
Well, basically, it's a reward for an outstanding giving night, you know, really, we have the Rookie of the Year award for the new knight that comes in and does more, in a year than, most normal knights do. But Jimmy was constantly,
Yeah.
he also headed up our first degree team, for a lot of years. He got me into it.
So that's how I think, and now I feel like I keep him, here in my heart. I know that he's there. I go visit him at the cemetery, sometimes I'll just talk to him. I don't tell him good night and good morning every time, but I should have. I wished I had done that more, but,
You probably
but,
think it.
I do, I think it, and I do when I keep flowers at the cemetery, like, at least 4 times a year, new silk flowers. And, so that's kinda how I'm putting him in a place. I still have a small section of clothes that were special to me of his, that's in my closet here 14 years later, given away most everything else, but,
Still trying to get my granddaughters to go through Mary Lou's.
Yeah.
It's half the closet. 125 blouses.
We brought all Mama's stuff to stay. I brought it from Beaumont in my car. Barely fit all in my trunk of my car, my hatchback. All of her stuff, St. Vincent de Paul. They
Yeah.
were very happy.
It's a great place for it.
Kept a lot of my mom's larger clothes and pants, because I inherited a St. Bernard from her, so I call it Beethoven clothes.
I still got all my husband's army uniforms
Boy.
in the cedar chest. So my son said, "Man, I might want those someday." Okay, so those we saved.
I have my mother-in-law's cedar chest.
I think they make cedar chest anymore.
Oh, yeah.
You think?
It's a very ornate one, very ornate.
Yeah, I just recommend that you do, you try to just create a spot in your house where you can, even if it's just pictures, or, and that will get, that way keeps their memory alive for you. And then, at some point, you will get to where, you can just reach it, you can feel them. Plant a tree out in the garden that, of course, pick something that's freeze resistant. That's the worst thing, is if you plant something in their memory.
Yeah, that's not horrible, if you
Something like
plant
an oak
something
that
and
you'll never
it
see in
dies,
grocery
and you're like,
store.
oh, I gotta go through this again.
Yeah, I'll let y'all answer these questions on your own time, because we're gonna finish this last part, going on into letting go and letting God. So, I'm gonna just skip through some of this though, but I just wanted to point out, y'all read on your own time about Mary, the model for letting go and letting God was Mary, Jesus' mother, because she constantly was like the Annunciation. It wasn't her will, but let it be done to me according to your word. So she let go and let God there, and then when he got lost in, was it Jerusalem? During the Passover festival, and she couldn't find him, and she was looking all over for him. And he said, "Why were you searching for me? Did you not know I must be in my Father's house?" And then she had to let go and let God, and all she could do was just to treasure all these things into her heart. I think the Bible says she pondered them in her heart. And then at Calvary, she had to watch her own son crucified on a cross at the prime of his life. Jesus, right there. So, certainly the process of letting go is painful. In a way, we've all been raised with the attitude that we can and should control things, but in reality, bad things do happen, even to good people. The acceptance of that fact does not mean that we should forget what happened or pretend that it doesn't hurt, but in letting go of our grief, we can say goodbye to one dream and begin to design another. And letting God help us design that new dream can be a powerful thing. One of the greatest helps in healing my own grief of the death of loved ones has been to reach out to others in pain. I honor the dead by remembering them and using these strong memories to make me strong. With that strength, I can then reach out to others who are hurting. It is only letting go and letting God that I have become open to healing and growth. And in that healing and growth process, I have begun to remember my loved ones without the wrenching pain I once felt. Of course, that was written here in the book, but I mean, I felt that I could have written that myself because when I started grief ministry at Sacred Heart, I remember I had gone on the Acts retreat, and I remember there at that Acts retreat, just feeling like you still feel, you've had that wound in your heart, that open wound that's been growing and festering like a broken heart, and I just felt that little tiny hole that was still there, and I think it came on me at that Acts retreat that that I felt that we needed a grief support here at the Sacred Heart. So after the Acts retreat, I went to Father Philip and I said, Father Philip, we need grief ministry. Can I help somebody start this at Sacred Heart? And he said, Linda, I think that person is you. And I'm like, what? I don't do things like this. I don't start things, I follow, I help people. But, so he said, God's putting this in your heart. I'm going to trust you to it, so God will guide you through it. So, and it did, and I found people that had helped me in it, and it has helped me just the more that I go on these, I'm not a professional speaker by any means. You can tell I stutter and stammer over things, and I'm just like, I don't always but it to me, it just helps to see other people, being able to get helped by different things like this. Because when Jimmy died, there was nothing here at Sacred Heart, and I, thankfully had a lot of supportive people in my life, and I did have professional counseling that I was going through beforehand, anticipatory grief. But I felt just such a need that there needed to be something here. So it has helped me to heal more completely. And I feel like I'm, 13 years later, almost 14, that I feel like have moved him into emotionally relocated him. I know where he is all the time. I can grab him and I can talk to him. And so hang in there, guys. It'll happen. So, but we have one last little, it's a memorial light service thing, but I want to give y'all, I'm going to pass out those papers, those evaluation papers first. Lisa's going to pass out a little bit evaluation form that's just going to kind of give us a little bit of feedback, and then at the bottom there is a question about, like, if y'all would like to meet more often, and just to put on the sheet how often you'd like to meet, and we do have next Thursday, so just kind of I don't know what room, it won't be this room, it might be one of the smaller rooms, but Anna Lucia is going to arrange that for us. So if you leave your number on there, I'll contact y'all during the week and see if y'all are planning to come, and let you know what room for sure.
One of the things I'd like to add, you were talking about it, and it'll sound strange, but I'm going to say that seeing your loved one approaching death is somewhat of a blessing, because in so doing, it gives you an opportunity to talk about what's coming up and to get some things straight in your life. When I was saying before about who goes first, well, when you see that one of you is going to go first, it forces you to make some strong decisions and also some strong admissions to yourself. One of the things that Marilyn and I both wished for each other was that whenever that time occurs, seek out a companion. Seek someone that you can recreate the solace and the tranquility. Someone that you can share things with, and maybe even build some memories with, that you will cherish equally, that you cherish their memories. That was a real gift to have that, to talk about that ahead of time. We talked about it for years because she had a heart condition all of her life, but towards the end there, when I could see what was going on and she could understand what was going on, we really drew close to one another then, probably closer than any intimacy we'd ever had. So that's a blessing. Those that have that sudden occurrence, that's tragic. That's tragic.
Oh, you didn't get to say your proper goodbye.
That's right.
Yeah. I was cheated.
Yeah, like my mom with my dad, you know, my dad was just gone whack. I mean, in a second, he was gone. He was in Florida. I was there within 6 hours.
Because they're revolted, I think they'll have a hard time lighting their candle. Also, should we just use a quick? I mean, there's either, that it's gonna be hard, or maybe just drop it in. I think we should just do that. I really see just keep that one. So you have. Your hair, that's what we'll do, and then I can put it in and then I'll put it in. We'll just have to take it out.
Do you want us to pass these in or just leave them here?
Well, yeah, come up with your candle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come just put them right here on this empty spot. I'm gonna kinda go over the candle thing, I just realized it. Yeah, we'll have to take it out of the glass. We have a Jesus candle lit here that represents, like an Easter candle, the light of Jesus. You will go ahead and just light your candle and then just drop it in and then place it by your loved one's picture. If you don't have a picture, just, place it near Jesus.
I have 3 pictures. Where you can
So we can pray, we're gonna pray this, we're gonna start our memorial light service now. We're gonna pray this prayer of the bereaved together. We give our loved ones back to you, Lord, as you gave them to us.
As you do not lose in the giving, neither do we lose in the return. What you give, you never really take away.
What is yours
Is also ours. We are yours. Life is eternal,
Lord,
and your love is undying. Death is only a horizon, and horizon is nothing but the limits of our sight. Lift us up, strong Son of God, on that same cross on which you were raised, so that we may see more clearly. Open our eyes as you open the eyes of the man born blind, so that we may see more clearly. Draw us closer to yourself, as you drew the little children to you, so that we may be closer to our loved ones who are with you. While you prepare a place for them, prepare us to live without them for a while. Amen.
The Serenity Prayer.
God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardship as the pathway to peace. Taking, as Jesus did, this sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that you will make all things right if I surrender to your will, so that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with you forever in the next. Amen.
Heavenly Father,
I'm on a very, very difficult journey. I have struggled to face the death of my loved one, a task that has left me grieving and questioning, lonely and sometimes afraid. But with your love, I have been able to begin this journey. I know it isn't over, and that I will still grieve. Be with me as I continue this journey. I try now to memorialize my loved one in my memory and heart with the service of light.
So,
If y'all want to stand and just.
No, you gotta take them out to light them and
Oh.
back in.
But bring the glasses.
You want to come back here? Whatever y'all want to do.
You said leave it by Jesus?
And then
You don't
put it
have
in
your
the-
picture.
Put it in the glass and put it near Jesus. That's where your loved ones are. In the heart.
And then what my wife wanted to have played. Ding dong, the witch is dead, witch oh witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the witch is dead. My wife, that's what the kids always said on the door.
There's nothing wrong with laughing. Give it.
Keep my blood flowing. I haven't sat for this long since I got out of the hospital.
Even though you could work 30 years at GD and still cut up and doing something. Go back someplace.
I'm used to smoking, so I was always getting up to, smoke, but not anymore.
Quit.
He has.
Evaluations.
Oh, is that one yours? You just snatched it.
We didn't know what kind of candles they were.
I know, no, they were.
We were like, okay, we gotta put the thought.
It works, it did. Got the job done.
second half of the prayer.
I probably will take it. That way I can see, that's the way I can see Blake.
I light this candle in remembrance of Jimmy, who has died, but now lives with the resurrected Christ. Lord, you are the light of the world. Shed light on me, and let it be a reminder that loved one enjoys eternal life and happiness with you. Amen.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Amen. And we will sing with on Eagle's Wings, which Peggy's going to be carrying us in this without the music on. Shelter of the Lord, abide in his shadow for life. Say to the Lord, my refuge, my rock in whom I trust, and he will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. The snare of the fowler will never capture you, and famine will bring you no fear. Under his wings your refuge, his faithfulness your shield, and he will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. To his angels he's given a command to guard you in all of your ways. Upon their wings they will bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. And he will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you to shine like the sun, and hold you in the palm of his hand. And hold you in the palm of his hand. Sorry about that, the wrong verse there. Well, thank you all so much for being here today, and I hope that it's given me it's made me feel great to see y'all, and I hope that we'll see y'all again next Thursday or at some point, but we'll be in touch with y'all. God bless you all.
It was
Thank
very
you for doing
helpful.
this.
Very helpful.
Thank you.
Um,
You want our
Take some
picture?
snacks home
Yes.
with you, especially the ones I brought over there.
You can tell you're trying to see him.
Don't forget to
Yeah,
take
there's
some of those
evaluations,
snacks.
I'll go there and pick them up.
We go back and get our pictures.
And then bring your
Yes.
candle.
And your candles,
Candle
you know,
goes
we're gonna
with
tell
it.
you those candles, like when you journal, if you want to light your candle when you journal, that's your loved one there with you.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
go ahead
that's-
and take your
that's
candle.
kinda what,
Andrew, when you're
someone
working in your
posed as an
workbook, you
idea,
can
just
light
to
it. Yeah.
do that, so.
Yeah, y'all take your
There you
candles.
go.